guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News Update. I'm Tim Berg. House Speaker Mike Johnson is releasing his plan to give military assistance to U.S. allies. Johnson unveiling 4 bills on Wednesday to provide aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. The move has sparked backlash from conservative Republicans who want to tie funding for Ukraine to border policy changes. A House Republican is seeking to pass a bill that permanently deports illegal immigrants for the practice of squatting. That Republican, Pennsylvania Congressman Dan Muser, tells Fox Business Network the issue demonstrates the need to take care of illegal immigration.
Apparently, we have many illegals going on TikTok and other social medias, forming businesses, basically, encouraging people.
A new report from the House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party lays out the ways China is fueling fentanyl addiction in the United States. Kentucky Republican Congressman James Comer is placing the blame for China's influence in the United States on the White House.
The Biden administration doesn't have a China policy to thwart the problems that China is inflicting on everyday Americans on a daily basis.
The Biden administration has led an international effort to crack down on drug smuggling, which includes pushing China to crack down on production and new law enforcement agreements with Mexico and Canada. The NBA has banned a Toronto Raptors player for breaching the league's gambling regulations. An investigation revealing that Jontay Porter shared confidential information with sports bettors and manipulated his own performance in games for betting reasons. One specific incident involved a bettor associated with Porter placing an $80,000 wager on Porter underperforming in the Raptors' March 20th game. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Senators are being sworn in as jurors for the impeachment trial against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says there will be a vote to dismiss the impeachment with a simple majority. Schumer adding it's the most politicized impeachment trial in U.S. history and accused the Republicans of exploiting the border problem for political gain. This as Senate Republicans, including Senator Eric Schmidt from Missouri, are crying foul over the Democratic leader's antics.
To dismiss or table articles of impeachment against Secretary Mayorkas without a trial here today or in committee is an unprecedented move by Senator Schumer. Never before in the history of our republic has the Senate dismissed or tabled articles of impeachment when the impeached individual was alive and had not resigned.
Boeing is facing allegations of concealing significant safety issues, as testified by their quality engineer and whistleblower, Sam Sapor, in a Senate hearing on Wednesday.
I literally saw people jumping on the pieces of the airplane to get them to align. I call it the Tarzan effect, among other improper methods.
He adds that Boeing's 787 Dreamliner is unsafe to fly due to assembly flaws. President Biden hit the campaign trail on Wednesday, spending some time in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Clock strikes midnight in the Eastern Time Zone. That means it's showtime. And here we go. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live once again from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Closing out a hump day. Hey, we start looking toward the weekend. It'll be a Thursday, or some like to call it Friday Eve, coming our way. Hey, we'll make our way into the 18th day of April from time zone to time zone. All right. Hope your week's going well. And welcome aboard. It's been a pretty active week weather-wise. Again, not a whole lot going on tonight as far as severe weather. We don't actually even have any severe weather watch boxes in place, but at this hour there are a few storms reaching severe levels because we've got some severe thunderstorm warnings out right there in the heart of West Virginia. That's one area. Another cluster of showers and thunderstorms, individual cells up into northeastern Kansas, prompting some severe thunderstorm warnings. You can definitely tell where the clash of the air masses is taking place, and that would be over Nebraska, because we've got some snow falling. It's going to be the heavy, wet variety in western portions of Nebraska. Central and eastern Nebraska, showers and thunderstorms. So indeed, the clash of the air masses, but not seeing anything reaching severe levels in that zone at this hour as well. Looks like we will see enough snow in the higher elevations in north central portions of Wyoming to slow things down a little bit. Winter storm warnings. Yeah, believe it or not, this time of year. Oh, come on, Mother Nature, make up your mind. What's it going to be? Winter, spring? The big storm we've been watching for several nights that has brought a lot of severe weather. Now pushing through the eastern reaches of the country. A line of showers through western New York, cutting right down through the heart of Pennsylvania. And that tail end is where we're seeing some of those stronger cells in central Virginia. Another line had been pushing through the east, and looks the rains have cleared from D.C. to New York City. Between New York and Boston, still some showers in the mix there that'll be pushing through the Boston area during the overnight hours tonight as we roll into a brand new day. Travelers Weather, a service of Big Daddy Walker Productions as we kick off a new day. So following thunderstorms with a lot of hail reports over the Central Plains this past evening, the likelihood of severe weather is going to expand to the north, to the east, and even to the south Thursday and continue into Thursday night over the middle portions of the country. This is the next system that we were just describing back into parts of Nebraska, South Dakota. Thursday, this system is going to be pushing away from the Rockies, moves into the plains and the Mississippi Valley. Looks like storms will continue to erupt along the warm front over the Midwest and the cold front further south into the southern plains. Again, all modes of severe weather are likely with this setup today. Main threats will be high winds, large hail, and torrential downpours. Not a lot of concern about spin-up of tornadic activity because the jet stream is going to be far to the north over the northern plains in the upper Midwest, as opposed to further south, where the center of this storm is going to be. That risk of tornadoes should be much lower compared to what we saw earlier this week, like on Tuesday. Tuesday, the jet stream and the storm system were aligned pretty close together. Could see some stronger storms through the upcoming day. St. Louis to Dallas, Texas, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Little Rock, Arkansas, eventually even over into the Evansville, Indiana area. Although the threat of tornadoes will be low with this situation today and Thursday evening, even a single tornado striking a populated area can cause considerable damage, as we know. Some of the segments of this storm will bow out, as they say, associated with the strong straight-line winds that could bring down many trees, widespread power outages, roof damage, downburst or microbursts. These are much different than tornadoes. They're caused by strong currents of air rushing downward from within a thunderstorm, then spreading out across the landscape. Telltale sign of a downburst is that trees are pushed down uniformly rather than randomly in different directions like you would see during a tornado. These storms will tend to lose their peak intensity and destructive nature later Thursday evening as the sun goes down. They'll be pushing across the Tennessee Valley at that point in time. So we'll have to keep an eye on things through the upcoming day. At the very least, storms will be rumbling from central Alabama to northern Georgia, parts of the Carolinas, as we head into Friday afternoon and evening. Some of those could bring some heavy, gusty winds. Severe weather activity in the form of damaging wind gusts and hail will be very localized by Friday. Now, as that front kind of slows down and stalls from Texas through the southeastern states, that's going to remain a focusing point for additional rounds of showers and thunderstorms through the upcoming weekend. We'll give you more on that coming up here. They're going to be talking about concerns about flooding, maybe returning to areas along the I-20 corridor through much of the southern tier of the country. It's kind of a soggy weekend in the offing. Be interesting to see. I know Talladega action there in Alabama is where the racing action's going to be this weekend. Will Mother Nature be throwing some monkey wrenches in the plans for Talladega? Meanwhile, as we head toward the weekend, I believe it was Scarecrow that brought this up earlier this week. It's been a while since we've talked about a good old-fashioned meteor shower, right? Well, a flurry of shooting stars will be flickering in the night sky as the weekend comes to a close and Earth Day kicks off. This will be the best opportunity for a meteor shower since last year. It is the Lyrid meteor shower. It's actually underway, but the peak of this meteor shower is going to be coming up Sunday night into early Monday morning. It's 15 to 20 meteors per hour, they say, according to the American Meteor Society. This will bring an end to a meteor shower drought that started with more than 3 months ago after the Quadrantids briefly peaked on a cold night for many areas back in early January. But the celestial show begins not long after nightfall. Like most meteor showers, the Lyrids will be best seen after midnight as the shower's radiant point rises high in the northeastern sky. People outside watching the night sky before daybreak will also have the chance to watch maybe the International Space Station fly overhead. But this year's edition of the Lyrids will have a bit of competition that may outshine all but the brightest meteors. And that is going to be in the form of the moon. Now, swift-moving meteors may look like a blip in the sky compared to the nearly full moon that will be glowing throughout most of Sunday night. All that moonlight's going to wash out many of the dimmer meteors, so that'll reduce the number that you'll be able to see pretty dramatically. Best chance to spot some meteors, they recommend focusing on darker areas of the sky where the moon is out of sight. Looking at the moon for a few seconds will impact your night vision, making it more difficult to actually see the meteors. The actual full moon will rise 2 nights later, April 23rd. This will be known as the pink moon, named after phlox, one of the first wildflowers that bloom here in the springtime. Now, what's up next? After the Lyrids here, the next meteor shower will be the Eta Aquarids, peaking on the weekend of May the 4th and 5th, not too far down the line. This is one of the best meteor showers of the year for the southern hemisphere, where about 50 per hour can be seen. For us in the northern hemisphere, hourly rates will probably top out maybe 30 per hour, just a tad bit higher than what we'll have with the Lyrids this weekend. So there you go. The rest of the story. Philly Dan is on board, who says, good morning, everyone. Prayers for the 3 construction workers that were killed on I-83 in York, Pennsylvania. This, as we've mentioned several times in recent nights, is Construction Zone Awareness Week. Construction projects have been kicking off all over the country. The orange barrels, the orange cones. I know it's a nightmare for travelers out there, but the sheer number of construction workers that lose their lives working out there on the highways and byways every year, it's totally uncalled for. Now, I did a quick search there because I hadn't heard about that. Philly Dan brought it up. 3 construction workers on a maintenance project along the Pennsylvania interstate struck and killed by a truck. This was early Wednesday morning. Investigators say a 24-year-old man was driving a large box truck a little before 3:30 in the morning when it struck a construction vehicle in a work zone, then hit 3 workers that were on the shoulder. All 3 of them perished. The fatal crash in the southbound portion of Interstate 83, about 8 miles south of Harrisburg. State police had not disclosed the victims' names, but the DOT spokesman said they worked for an agency contractor. Right now, we're gathering information, obviously very shaken by this event. The crew was out apparently sealing highway cracks at the time. The DOT news release that issued a week ago had stipulated the overnight work involved lane closures and was being performed by Krylon Corporation out of Somerset. The York County Coroner's Office confirmed the location of the deaths, but no other details. What a way to kick off Construction Zone Awareness Week. We're into Thursday now, but use caution out there, please. Well, good morning, everybody. Pap is checking in. All the milkman moving the milk. Good morning. Have a great day. He's moving the milk. Good to have you on board. Hello, Marianne. Hello, Steve, the overnight family. Yes, praying for the construction workers' families there. Shorty, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia, 72 degrees tonight. Orlando turnaround number 2 is underway. David says, welcome to one of the few remaining bastions of sanity in an insane world. 77 degrees, cloudy in God's country. Be safe out there this morning, and God bless. Joe Self, good morning. Finally Friday, for me anyway. Everybody have a good night. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe out there. 48 degrees. Socrates, New York, as we head to Schenectady. Let's see. There's Kent. Anybody driving to Talladega for the race this weekend? I know Eagles, I think he loves Talladega and Daytona. I don't think he was I'm not sure if he's going to make it to Daytona or not. Hadn't heard from anybody else heading that direction, but Jeffrey in Florida. Good morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive family. Hello, Jerry, says Sarah Spencer and I. Our order came today. Awesome T-shirt and decals. Couldn't believe how fast it got here. The hit shot lady I talked to, the hot shot lady I talked to was really an amazing lady. Thank you, and thanks to everyone for keeping us supplied. And be safe, my friends. Lord Weiss, 2-time world champion, bull hauler. Yeah, he's out there in the cooler temperatures. Good morning, 39 degrees. Some snow and windy conditions in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Coming out of the big sky country empty at this hour. Thankful that my powerful chrome-plated cow truck doesn't have an ELD or a governor. Nights like tonight, you need a lot of throttle power and speed to keep that trailer on the ground and fairly straight behind me. Special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Cowboy State. And one more here. Paul says, go get him, y'all. Thanks for all your labor and your miles driven. Thanks to the truck drivers out there. It is 844-844-3388 underway, a Thursday.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, we'll kick things off here on a Thursday. Hope your week's going well, and we jump up to somewhere in the great state of Michigan. And Joe wants to say hello. How we doing, Joe? Good morning.
Oh, hello. Good morning, Steve. How are you doing tonight?
Doing well. Good to hear from you. How's things been going as of late?
Oh, things are going pretty great. I don't know if you know this or if you remember this, but April is Autism Awareness Month, so I've been doing a lot of autism acceptance and awareness speeches. So I've been trying to promote more autism awareness. So that's been really good. I've been to a few places and made a few speeches. So yeah, I just wanted to check in. And, I just want all the listeners out there to know, to learn more about autism, and God bless you if you help someone, or if you know someone with autism, then thank you so much for everything you do, and hope you have a great night, Steve, and God bless. Goodbye.
All right. Hey, good to hear from you there, Joe. And I was not aware. I had missed that. We had been following the Construction Zone Awareness Week. Yeah, a lot of things going on, but all right, he chimed in last year during another year already has come and gone. Autism Awareness Month. All right, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. It's showtime. Hello, Pappy. Beautiful night, 70 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. Beautiful night to tune into the overnight drive. Beautiful night to call in to the overnight drive at 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. All right, actually 61 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Fantastic weather, day and night. Sit back, relax, heat up that cup of joe, snuggle up to whomever or whatever, and enjoy another Hot Shot Secrets overnight drive. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Actually got a chance to speak briefly with the Big Ed a bit. He said he's been running like a scalded ape. He was fading fast, said he was going to hit the hay, but he's listening to the program during the daytime hours on the playback there. So go get him, Big Ed. Hello, Brain Dead. Good morning, Steve, and a good night off to me. The Hounds wanted to make that last run for the night. Cloudy 69 at the West Memphis International Airport, Auto Repair, Chrome Shop, Chinese Buffet, and CB Repair Shop. Don't know if you've been following the updates on the officer shooting last week in Memphis. Let's just say there's been a lot of fingers pointed in different directions over this incident. All right, well, the Hounds have decided to have a synchronized snoring competition with Dingbat, and I think I'll join them. We'll talk to you tomorrow night as we head into Friday. And speaking of the lovely Dingbat, there she is. Unfortunately, I'll be off work for a few nights from FedEx Express. The knee's giving me fits. It's a long story, but 69 here at the home, 20. Since I'm going to be home a few days, which means I can drive Brain Dead Dingbat crazy. Anybody have any suggestions how I can get Brain Dead going? Dingbat crazy. Hope everybody's having a great night. Drive safe. Has anyone seen Wilson at FedEx or Bob from Kroger? All right. Good to hear from you, Dingbat. There's Cripshot checking in. Can't wait to tune in. Always looking forward to the show. Eskimo Mom, let me see here. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Thursday. You're right about those tail-end storms. I got about 9/10 of an inch of rain in about an hour or so from that line that passed over the home 20 this afternoon down in Piqua. They got some hail, 76-mile-per-hour wind gust. It cleared up after that messy weather passed, but got my usual run tonight, partly cloudy, 65 degrees on Interstate 71. In Kentucky at this hour, and I look at the screen, and, well, there she is. Hello, Eskimo Mom.
Hi, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. I got a text message from a friend of ours, Bronco. He said that Rumble's down tonight. When he tried to get on the show, do you know anything about that?
I thought everything got flipped back to where it should be after the little screw up last night, but I know we're back on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Facebook here, so Rumble's not up.
Yep, that's what he texted me here earlier.
Okay.
But the real reason I wanted to call was, you know that this is Workzone Safety Awareness Week.
Correct.
But also too, we've got a big problem going out there. We've had up in the northern Miami Valley, which is pretty much from Dayton on up to where I live. We've had a lot of motorcycle wrecks here lately. And a lot of where we've had a couple of people killed because somebody turned in front of them or they did something. Something happened and the motorcyclist got hit, and we've had a couple of them killed. And so this is with the warmer weather, we need to start paying more attention out there to that. Plus, also too, I did send you a news story here earlier of a truck driver that was at the wrong place at the wrong time, where somebody was going 100 miles an hour, lost control.
Okay, I think I got the link to that. Hey, hang in there. We've got to take a quick time out here.
USA News Update. Former President Trump is reportedly unhappy with the progress of jury selection in his criminal hush money trial in New York. 7 jurors have already been appointed, moving faster than anticipated by some legal experts. Trump expressed his frustration on social media, questioning the limited number of strikes during jury selection. Boeing facing allegations of concealing significant safety issues as testified by their quality engineer and whistleblower Sam Salaport in a Senate hearing Wednesday.
I literally saw people jumping on the pieces of the airplane to get them to align. I call it the Tarzan effect, among other improper methods.
Salaport cautioned that Boeing's 787 Dreamliner is unsafe to fly due to assembly flaws. The NBA has banned a Toronto Raptors player for breaching the league's gambling regulations. An investigation revealed that Jonte Porter shared confidential information with sports bettors. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-362-9337. 800-362-9337. That's 800-362-9337.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, good morning to Debbie. Chiming in via Facebook. Good morning, Steve. It was great to see y'all last Sunday. If you weren't wishing, they made their way down to the Haverkamp Foundation 5K walk and run there over the weekend. So, it was, great to see you guys. She says, hope to do it again next year. It's a nice 60 degrees here in Indiana. We're forecast to go up to 81. Hoping everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver, Woodpecker. Have a terrific Thursday. Terrific Thursday. Thank you very much, Debbie. All right, now I went back to my email. I know you had sent me that story. I don't know if I accidentally deleted it, but give me the story. You said the truck driver, wrong place at the wrong time kind of thing. What happened there?
Yeah, yes, sir. There, I think he was over there on Germantown Pike or something like that, over there in the western part of Dayton, and he was just going down the highway, and this car lost control, going 100 miles an hour, and basically ran head on into him, and the two people that were in the car, they got killed.
Wow.
And the driver was sent to the hospital with minor injuries, if I remember right.
Okay.
So it's and with the increased traffic and everything, we all need to get our heads back on a swivel. And so, and watch out for the motorcyclists, the work zones, the people going too fast for conditions, everything across the board. And because it just seems like there's so many semis making the news here lately, especially in my area, for stuff that's happening, or whether it be wrecks or it be incidents like the one that happened in the western side of Dayton.
Correct. Yep. All right, Eskimo Mom. Well, I do notice with the warmer temperatures like this, I think yesterday morning it was like 70 degrees. And when I would step out for smoke breaks, I could hear the motorcycles, people getting up, heading off to work on their two-wheelers. It's that time of year. They've been jonesing to get out there on their bikes. So, all right, use caution. On to industry headlines. And, okay, let's start with, we had the advance word that the expectation was earnings are beginning to come in for various trucking companies. Have we hit the bottom? That was the question I asked numerous times last evening. It's not the greatest of news. J.B. Hunt was one of the first. J.B. missed their first quarter expectations. reporting earnings per share of $1.22 compared to the consensus estimate of $1.50. A higher tax rate was a 7-cent headwind in the quarter. Intermodal revenue fell 9% year over year, they say, as revenue per load was off by a similar amount, down 5% from the fourth quarter. Total loads were flat year over year, but 9% lower than the fourth quarter. A 92.7% operating ratio, operating expenses as a percentage of revenue, was 370 basis points worse than the year-ago quarter. Management called out weaker than expected demand and higher wages, equipment cost, and insurance premiums as the culprits. JB's brokerage unit reported a $17.5 million operating loss as loads declined 22% year over year. Revenue per load down just 5%. That unit lost $15 million in the fourth quarter. Higher insurance expenses and logistics brokerage operations, the headwinds there. Dedicated revenue was off slightly year over year. The combination of fewer trucks in service and lower revenue per truck per week. The truckload segment was barely profitable as loads and yields declined. The final mile segment saw operating income more than double to $15.1 million as revenue per stop increased 10% year over year. The result included a $3.1 million claims benefit. Another big name out there, one of the biggest, Knight-Swift Transportation. They've cut their earnings expectations by 58% for the first half of the year this past day, citing an oversupplied truck market, poor weather in January, and a tough start to bid season. This is where you're lining up those contracts, locking in rates. And it sounds like all these shippers are trying to lock in more and more cheaper rates. Now, the company said adjusted earnings per share for the first quarter will range between 11 and 12 cents. That compared to a 39-cent outlook that they provided back in late January. They're calling for adjusted EPS of 26 to 30 cents in the second quarter versus the previous 55-cent expectations. Now, the new outlook for the first quarter includes an 8-cent per share loss associated with the shutdown of the third-party insurance business. That unit brokered liability coverage to small carriers. They struggled to collect premiums, endured unfavorable claims developments in recent quarters. In total, it lost $125 million last year, $72 million in the fourth quarter alone. Shortly after they announced they were shuttering the insurance business, their CEO, Dave Jackson, stepped down. Now, analysts will likely add back the 8-cent hit to their first quarter result as the insurance unit is being disposed. That would put adjusted EPS in the 19 to 20 cents for the quarter. But Knight-Swift said they'd put more equipment in the spot market as it's walked away from some of their contractual freight. Talking about the bid season here, they said the early part of the bid season led to greater than expected pressure on freight rates. Some shippers still trying to push rates down further. In some cases, we've lost contractual volumes because we're not willing to commit to further concessions on what we view as unsustainable contractual rates. How low do they think you can go? Which, that brings us to FreightWaves this past day. They said on March 31st of 2022, right about 2 years ago, FreightWaves declared that a freight recession was imminent. Here we are, more than 2 years later. The freight market remains in one of the deepest, longest recessions in history. Our original conclusion was derived from signals from FreightWave's sonar. It's high-frequency data sets that track freight supply and demand in real time that indicated an imminent collapse. Now, when we first published the article, many were not only skeptical of that conclusion, they derided us. They derided FreightWaves for making that call. Even after the recession took hold, few would have guessed that the freight downturn was be as deep or as long as it has been. As we enter the third year of the Great Freight Recession, the trucking industry asks, how much longer is the market going to remain in a recession? We believe we are now at the bottom of the market. They go into some of the sonar trends, which they say aren't a whole lot better than they were a year ago. But they say tender rejections are a reliable indicator of the balance of supply and demand. The higher the rejection rate, the more load options a carrier has. The lower the rate, the fewer load options a carrier has. While we will look at the absolute value of tender restrictions or rejections, we also look at them in the context of where they have been. All right, they go into some of those numbers. We believe the tender rejections bottomed out in late March and have steadily increased throughout April, which is historically a soft month in freight. That indicates that the 2024 low should be in the rearview mirror. Now, as of April 15, 2024, year-over-year contract volumes are up 9%. Contract accepted volumes are currently down 6% compared to April of 2021, which that was a point in time we were at the peak of the COVID bull run, as they call it. While a gap certainly exists between peak volumes and current volumes, the gap's kind of narrowing. In the past year, contracted load accepted volumes have increased by 9%. All right, another of the many indices in the Sonar platform is the Carrier Details Net Revocation data, which shows the increase or decline in the number of trucking companies that are actually in the market. Anything above zero shows an expansion in the number of trucking authorities. Anything below zero would show a decline. The index has been in negative territory since the fourth quarter of 2022. Capacity continues, in other words, to leave the market, allowing the market to begin to return to a balance. During those 2 years of what they called the COVID bull run, fleets built up substantial operating surpluses and were able to build strong balance sheets. This has enabled them to hang on for quite some time. For much of the Great Freight Recession, trucking fleets have been running many of their miles actually running at losses, which has forced them to tap into their financial reserves that they built up during the bull run. This Great Freight Recession has gone on longer than the COVID bull run, meaning that since the first days of COVID lockdowns, truckers have operated primarily in recessionary territory. For those who are still in the market, their reserves are pretty much exhausted, as is their stamina. For those who can continue, the tough times may be ending. The data suggests a recovery in the balance of supply and demand will come as soon as this fall, 2024, but almost certainly by spring of 25. Wow, it's been a long run, has it not? Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Well, hello to John Ferguson. Good morning from Dayton. Yeah, that storm in Marion earlier today was wicked. I followed the storms earlier today, and I was on that tornado-warned storm there. I got caught up in the inflow into that storm, the wind getting sucked into the rotation of the funnel. That's a little too close for comfort. Then the wind and the hail. What an experience for sure, he said. Wow. All right, glad you made it through there, right? And the truck stayed wheels on the ground, right side up. Hello to Carl. Good morning. Looking forward to the show tonight from Corbin, Kentucky. We're headed southbound to Talladega, Alabama for a turnaround and head right back. Everybody have fun with your run out there. Copy the mail, 57. Arnie says, good morning, Steve, and all your rowdy friends. It's the Cincinnati Kid down south in Four Corners, Florida tonight. And Bidu is on board. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. All right, we kind of expected this would be coming down the pike. Senate Democrats voting unanimously to shut down the Senate trial of Alejandro Mayorkas, the Homeland Security Secretary. The first vote of 51 Democrats to 48 Republicans, with one non-voting Republican senator, reported about 3:15 this past afternoon. This was initiated by Chuck Schumer, of course, who declared that the first article of impeachment was unconstitutional because the charges against Mayorkas did not rise to an impeachable level of high crimes. This has been the debate all along. Now, the House articles of impeachment charged Mayorkas with the willful and systematic refusal to comply with the law, including Congress's law that asylum seekers be detained until their legal claims are completed. Now, the vote was delayed while Republican senators proposed motions to extend the trial period, but every proposal was defeated with a party line score of 51 to 49. Immediately after the vote, Schumer proposed a vote to take down the second article of impeachment, which said that Mayorkas lied to Congress about border security or a breach of public trust. Senator John Kennedy said it is a felony. As he proposed a motion to delay the vote, Democrats passed their motion at 4:16 p.m., wiping out that second article of impeachment. Now, Republican legislators say the Democrats want to minimize public recognition of the damage that has been caused by Mayorkas's refusal to enforce our popular beneficial immigration laws. The evidence is devastating. It'll gut them like a fish, said John Kennedy. Now, Mayorkas has repeatedly explained he supports more migration because of his migrant parents, his sympathy for migrants, his support for equity between Americans and foreigners. He also justifies his welcome for migrants by saying his priorities are above the law, claiming that the needs of U.S. business are paramount, regardless of the cost to ordinary Americans, the impact on our kids, and of course, he is obviously out of touch with mainstream Americans. Now, like him or not, Mayorkas, the question all along has been, did what he has done rise to the level of high crimes and misdemeanors? There had been several other articles of impeachment that enough Republicans did not vote for that have failed for just that region. Several Republicans stating that you can't just bring articles of impeachment because you don't like the policy. Congressional law expert Alan Dershowitz. Sometimes I like him, sometimes I don't. He's a Democrat. He's not a Trump supporter by any means. But he said the Democrats are correct in dismissing those articles of impeachment because they do not allege treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Now, he did say, remember, these same Republicans supported my argument when I argued for Trump in front of the Senate, saying he wasn't charged with impeachable offenses. Neither is Mayorkas. Now, they can preserve the perjury charge, but these charges that he failed to obey the law, that he failed to administer the law, they are not constitutionally permissible, and the Democrats are 100% correct for dismissing every one of the charges that does not fit the constitutional criteria for impeachment. Now, you can't be allowed to play politics with this by taking one position when Trump was impeached and an inconsistent position when Mayorkas is impeached. If there are any charges that constitute high crimes and misdemeanors, fine, you go forward with them. But strike all the charges that do not allege high crimes and misdemeanors. You can't just make up impeachable offenses. It's in the Constitution. Treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. That does not include failing to apply the law. It does not include maladministration. All of those things were rejected by the framers of the Constitution back in the 18th century. So the fool argument, Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. High pressure pumping, still here, still hauling this flour for your Oreo cookies. So we all have something to dip in the milk. That the milkman is moving out there. There you go. All right, so we're moving the flour for the Oreos. I thought the Oreos were all made in Mexico now, right? Didn't they? All right, coming up next hour, we'll get more into what's happening in the Middle East. 24 hours ago, the reports were sounding as though a retaliatory strike from Israel on Iran was imminent. Word this past day comes down that the Israeli War Cabinet had given the military the green light for that retaliatory strike. But later that night decided to maybe let's pause. Let's wait for what they said was operational reasons, citing 2 Israeli officials this past day. It's the second time that a decision on retaliation had been postponed Since Iran attacked Israel with those hundreds of drones and missiles Saturday night into Sunday morning, of course, the Islamic regime warning Israel against retaliation, reportedly threatening to use weapons that we have never used before in response. What does that mean? We're not sure why and how close it was to an actual attack, according to one U.S. official. Another official confirmed that Israel told the Biden administration Monday that it decided to wait. Okay, so we had several other reports, and just how much is it costing us? How much of our munitions are being depleted there in the likes of the Red Sea? It's a lot of money. But we've got all those details. So that and so much more coming up here. What's on your mind as we roll into a Thursday, looking toward the weekend? It is 844-3388. Oh, we've got some interesting racing news to share with you as well coming up next hour right here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. I'm Tim Berg. The Senate voted to deem both articles of impeachment against Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas as unconstitutional, cutting the trial short without any votes to convict or acquit. This as Senate Republicans, including Senator Eric Schmidt from Missouri, are crying foul over the Democratic leader's antics.
To dismiss or table articles of impeachment against Secretary Mayorkas without a trial here today or in committee is an unprecedented move by Senator Schumer. Never before in the history of our republic has the Senate dismissed or tabled articles of impeachment when the impeached individual was alive and had not resigned.
Boeing is facing allegations of concealing significant safety issues, as testified by their quality engineer and whistleblower, Sam Sapor, in a Senate hearing on Wednesday.
I literally saw people jumping on the pieces of the airplane to get them to align. I call it the Tarzan effect, among other improper methods.
He adds that Boeing's 787 Dreamliner is unsafe to fly due to assembly flaws. We're learning more about the 7 people selected so far in the jury in Donald Trump's New York trial. The jury foreman is a Harlem salesman originally from Ireland. Other jurors include an oncology nurse, an IT consultant, a software engineer, a charter school teacher, and the other 2 are lawyers. Court is in recess Wednesday, and the jury selection process resumes Thursday. The popular weight loss drug Zepbound also appears to help with obstructive sleep apnea. That's according to drug maker Eli Lilly. Ford is recalling over 456,000 Bronco Sport and Maverick pickup trucks due to a powertrain problem. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The House GOP Committee on Education and the Workforce is holding another hearing on Wednesday regarding allegations of anti-Semitism in college. At the hearing, North Carolina Republican Congresswoman Virginia Foxx says anti-Semitism is a threat to civil rights.
We're headed down a dark path if we cannot agree on basic shared moral values, such as the implication of calls for genocide.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is calling on Congress to pass a supplemental spending package in order to support foreign allies like Israel and Ukraine. He appeared before a House Appropriations Subcommittee to discuss his request for the Department of Defense's fiscal 2025 budget.
The most important thing that we can do right now is to pass a supplemental, and that will provide us the opportunity to continue to provide security assistance to Israel.
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass has a fairly straightforward message when it comes to the city's homelessness crisis. She's asking wealthy people to help house the homeless. In Bass's State of the City address, the mayor announcing the LA for LA initiative, which will lean on the city's wealthy to house over 40,000 homeless people. Bass had a previous program deemed Inside Safe that placed 2,000 people indoors, and the mayor said that the homeless program is still evolving. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Okay, welcome back. Another hour. Here we go. Round number 2 underway. We mentioned more rain is going to be brewing for portions of the southern plains, the central Gulf Coast, and the lower Mississippi Valley as we head into and through the upcoming weekend. All right, despite several days of dry weather since the torrential rains earlier this month, we're going to be talking potentially more urban flooding, flash flooding, small streams, and other surges of water on area rivers. Many areas from northeastern Texas through Louisiana, parts of southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, as we recall, picked up a month's worth of rain. And in some areas, it was the equivalent of nearly 2 months of rain in a matter of just a couple days' time. But here we head into a Thursday. We're going to be a couple of rounds. First round begins this afternoon, continues through Friday morning. The second round follows through the upcoming weekend. There's going to be 2 storms moving along this slow-moving frontal zone, separating the chilly air over the Central Plains and the Midwest from the warm, humid conditions down toward the Gulf Coast and the southeastern states. Should be some not major problems with the first system here as far as flooding goes, but the second storm, Saturday into Sunday, that one's going to focus more on the central states and reaching some areas that were hit hard by excessive rain and flooding last week. Heaviest rain should stay north of Interstate 10 along the Gulf Coast, sparing the likes of New Orleans and Tallahassee, which were really hit hard with flooding last week. The I-20 corridor, you're going to be pretty much solid in the heavy rain zone. From northeast Texas, northwestern Louisiana, southwest Arkansas, 1 to maybe 4 inches of rain. Storm totals could approach 7 inches. Dallas, Shreveport, you could be affected by those heavy rains and trigger some flooding problems coming up for your weekend. Looks like central Oklahoma and Arkansas, northern fringe of the heavy rain, which will be with the northern parts of Mississippi and Alabama, all in the northern edge there. Many streams are still running high. The ground is still quite moist. Not going to take a whole lot of rain to trigger some flooding and significant rises on the waterways there in the south. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. High pressure pumping advises me. I mentioned I thought Oreos were made in Mexico. He said, yes, the majority of Oreos are made in Mexico now. There's one plant in Indiana and one plant in Richmond, Virginia, where they're making the different styles and flavors of Nabisco Oreo, because that's become the big thing in recent years, right? For every holiday, you got a different color and a different flavor of the cream and all that. All right, Steve from Ottawa checking in. Thank you for a great show. Angela says, hey, Steve, Rumble is still down. And also, I had to buy a new Android phone, and when I tried to download the app, it says my phone is too new, and the app needs updated. Okay, I'll have to check on that. Yeah, I mean, with every, I guess, new iteration of these smartphones, so is the app maybe a tad bit outdated for that? I will check with the powers that be on that. 5-7, what's happening out there?
Okay, no news today. Yes, we knew Chuck Schumer. By the way, I didn't know he was a constitutional judge. But, I don't know how they can do it to take that to the court and let them decide whether it's constitutional. I don't know. But the whole idea is the Republicans got something done. They sent it to the Senate. Now it's in their court of responsibility. If I'm a Republican and I'm running in that state, I'm running as a senator, I'm going to have this. All right, you look around here, let's say you're from New York, look around, all these illegals running up and down, taking advantages, costing us money. Nobody cares in Washington, and the guy that they could have responsible for, they decided to let him slide, which is Mayorkas and Biden. And that's the tool they're going to have to use, because Trump's not going to be able to do it by himself. He's going to have the Senate, and he's going to have the House of Representatives. And so it's in their court now. It's their responsibility. They accepted it, and now they and that's what politics is about.
Yep.
And there's nothing false. There's no false accusation. It's truth. Now, Alan Dirtbag Dershowitz, okay?
Okay.
I'm so offended at him talking about Donald Trump. Donald Trump was held impeached on Russia, false accusations started by Hillary Clinton and her camp, corrupt FBI, and they drug him in onto this long drug-out impeachment, and it was false. He did nothing wrong. He didn't do anything. It was false. Second impeachment, it was a phone call. It was an impeachment on a phone call, and it wasn't his phone call he was impeached on, but the version given by Adam Schiff. So it was a false. There was a false accusation, Alan Dirtbag Dershowitz. Make up your mind. And Democrat or Republican, because I'm going to ask you this. Did Mayorkas lie to the Congress that for average American?
Well, 5-7, hang on. When Trump was going back to Trump, Dershowitz actually defended Trump. Dershowitz at the time said Trump did not commit impeachable offenses. And what he's saying is he's saying the same thing about Mayorkas now.
I'm sorry, I disagree. Mayorkas lied to the Congress. Lied to Congress. All right? Second, and here's the other thing you're talking about. Well, we just threw 2 parents in jail because they allowed a child to get a gun and he ended up killing people. All right, Mayorkas is directly responsible for all the drugs, the sexual slavery that's coming in this country, and just plain and simple, according to Ted Cruz, I'm going with this number: 10 million illegal aliens coming into this country, and it was his job. It was his job. So I know. Just because Chuck Schumer said it, and Alan stupid Dershowitz, Mayorkas did the crime. Donald Trump was falsely accused. Is anything that was accused to Mayorkas, did he do it or did he not do it? No, he did it. So you can't compare the two there, Dirtbag Dershowitz. So I don't know. What part of Democrats do you not understand? Slavery, Jim Crow,
Right.
Anti-American, socialism. Come on, tell me what, I couldn't, hey, I just don't have no Democrat friends because I can't agree with anything they're bringing into our country right now. Alan Dershowitz, you're a member of a party that's trying to take away our constitutional rights to the American people. So, I care what that man has to say.
Right, well,
other
than that, he is a, quote, constitutional lawyer. All right, now as far as Democrats may be paying the price come November, there are undoubtedly going to be some Democrats. First of all, you've got John Tester of Montana, Sherrod Brown in the state of Ohio that are up for re-election this year. States that Donald Trump won in 2020. Now, Tommy Tuberville said, I think some of these Democrats are going to pay a price for this, striking down the articles of impeachment. It's going to haunt Tester and Brown and every other vulnerable Democrat who voted against even holding a trial and breaking this precedent. Now, the fact is, if they held a trial, there's a whole hell of a lot of information that would have been divulged to the American public, showing just how inept the likes of Mayorkas and this administration as a whole has been. This prevents any of that from being shown the light of day. Lindsey Graham agreed that this is going to be an issue Republicans can use in the election coming up in November because this matters to people. Is anybody ever going to be held accountable for allowing these borders to be broken? The number of Americans that are dying from the fentanyl that's coming in? This was really an abuse of the process, and the Senate has put in motion something they're going to regret. But Mr. Mayorkas should have been held accountable. I think this is going to haunt the Senate and the country. We can just hope it has political consequences come November. That's when you put your money where your mouth is, when voting time rolls around. If you're dissatisfied with the way this administration is handling the southern border, you know who to vote for. And it's not going to be a Democrat. Simple as that. Because it was unanimous on vote after vote. Every Democrat says toss it. And all the Republicans wanting to proceed. But hey, that's where we stand in America today, all right?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, what do you say? A couple of other industry headlines. First, in Alabama, as police are investigating a shooting incident targeting two big rigs traveling on a busy interstate. This was about 3 o'clock in the morning last Friday, Macon County, Alabama. According to WRBL, subjects or suspects in a pickup truck and a mid-sized vehicle were parked along northbound I-85 at the 32-mile marker. The two suspects reportedly opened fire on two passing 18-wheelers, striking the cabs of both vehicles. Neither truck driver was injured. Both of them were able to pull off I-85 safely and call the police. Suspects had fled the scene before police arrived. The truck drivers told police that there was no road rage incident or other altercation leading up to this shooting here. No arrests have been made at this time. The investigation is ongoing. They say anybody that might have information has to call the Macon County Sheriff's Office. I guess you could think back 3 o'clock in the morning last Friday. I don't know how much dash cam memory, how far you can go back if you were passing through there about that time. You may have some sort of a dash cam video that might have captured like a plate on those vehicles parked on the side of the road, something of that nature. Meanwhile, police in Oregon issuing a large fine for an overweight violation and then arrested a truck driver 2 hours later for operating while out of service. According to the Washington County Sheriff's Office, started shortly before 7 a.m., I guess that was last Wednesday morning, when deputies pulled over a tractor-trailer in Washington County, Oregon. This particular roadway carries a 13-ton weight limit in order to preserve road quality and ensure safe operation, according to police. Deputies discovered the truck weighed 89,000 pounds, which made it 63,000 pounds over the permissible weight for that roadway. Oops. Deputies issued a fine of $19,400 for the weight violation. Also, during the traffic stop, deputies reportedly discovered that the 23-year-old Washington-based truck driver had falsified his logbook. Uh-oh. From WCSO, the statement says, Barbacar, that's the name, David Barbacar, additionally appeared extremely fatigued and was observed dozing off during the stop, which led to him being placed out of service due to the critical safety risk posed by his insufficient rest and apparent fatigue. Despite this order, he was arrested less than 2 hours later by another commercial motor carrier enforcement deputy while operating his vehicle on Highway 26 for knowingly violating the out-of-service directive. I reckon somebody may not be a truck driver a whole lot longer, I would think. But morning, Horse Feathers. Maybe he dropped off right about the time I went to pick him up. Okay, so let's try the Jolly Green Giant. Hey there.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I want to say I hope Gilligan feels better, and he's talking about being back Monday night. So we can definitely hear of all the shenanigans that's been going on there where he lives there, and hopefully he can tell us why that he sunk that boat. Come on. But I want to, excuse me, I want to talk about the high prices of insulin, and I did, when we went down there the first time to Myers, Goody RX would not give us a discount, by the way.
Okay.
Somebody called in and said that to use Goody RX, that did not work. Now, with most medication, it does. Now, we talk about all the bad that the Biden administration does. Let's talk about one good thing he actually did and followed through with what he said he was going to do. This is the only thing that I recognize that the man actually in this administration actually did right. He promised the American people that he would talk to the pharmaceutical companies on lowering the price of insulin. And by the way, I found out it's true. I got in touch with Eli Lilly, downloaded the discount card for $35 for any medications or insulin medications. Myers did honor that discount card. Now, the other one that was $600, that one, I had to go to the pharmaceutical company that made that drug. They also had a discount card, and I actually talked to them. They helped me, walk me through the internet process to download that card. Myers also honored that discount. So we went from $600 down to, I think it was $130 between the two drugs. So it all ended up all good. Now, I will tell you this. I found out that Walmart was already discounting insulin for their customers, and also they offer $25 for insulin over the counter without a prescription. So I found that out by doing a little research. So Walmart was doing what they could to help the customers out there. But another thing we got to look at, what about our retired Americans that are on Medicare? And it was to the advantage of the government to get these prices lowered to save Medicare dollars or government dollars. So I actually agree with that, and I could see why the Biden administration made the decision to try to get these prescriptions lowered, especially for insulin. Now, and I did tell the story that of the grocery chain that my wife used to work for. One of the guys she worked with, actually, they found him dead because he could not afford his insulin shots. Totally unfortunate, but he evidently didn't know what I knew, or maybe some of the callers calling this show knows. He didn't know anything about the discounts and didn't know what the government was trying to do, and he sure didn't know what Walmart was trying to do. If he had known about this stuff, he'd probably be alive right now.
Well, I mean, a couple of weeks ago,
I want to tell you, Steve,
if you had the money a couple of weeks ago, Jolly Green, you were probably going to fork over $600, unbeknownst to you, that you could have got it for $35, right?
Right, and I want to tell you this, Steve. Nothing personal toward Eskimo Mom, but Myers did not volunteer that information. Sure did not. I had to find out on my own.
Yeah.
They did try to give us the discount through Goody RX, but they did not volunteer that information to tell us that there was a discount program through Eli Lilly and companies like Eli Lilly. So they did not inform us of that. And getting back to the man that died because he couldn't afford his insulin, if I had known that was going on, I would have bought that guy's insulin. And I would have. Okay? Because I feel that that's what we should do, caring Americans. Okay? But like I said there, Walmart would have helped that guy.
Yeah.
If he had went to Walmart.
Sure did. So, like you say, hindsight's 20. Hey, we have to pause there as we hit the bottom of the hour news break.
USA News Update. More details are emerging about the 7 individuals chosen for the jury in Donald Trump's New York trial. The foreman hails from Harlem and works as a salesman. The jury also comprises an oncology nurse, an IT consultant, a software engineer, a charter school teacher, and 2 lawyers. Jury selection will resume Thursday. The leading Democrat and Republican on the House Oversight Committee are at odds over the potential impeachment of President Biden. Maryland's Jamie Raskin and Kentucky's James Comer got into a heated exchange during a hearing on China Wednesday morning. Raskin challenged Comer to justify the ongoing impeachment inquiry into the president. A veteran NPR editor, Yuri Berliner, has resigned after bringing attention to alleged widespread liberal bias within the organization. Berliner had been suspended for implying a decline in open-mindedness and trust in NPR's reporting. John Schaefer, USA News.
I've got a unique vacation idea for you that's right here in the United States. If you're ready for a vacation that's fun and downright affordable, listen up. It's driving distance for many of you, so no planes, no airline delays, no hassles. It's Branson, Missouri, the entertainment capital of the Midwest. Live music for everyone. Branson has 3 beautiful, enormous lakes, water attractions, live shows, great food, and tons of entertainment. It's a perfect vacation for you and your family, or if you're retired and you want to have a great time. And you can stay in Branson for as low as $99 a night. Please understand, this is not a timeshare offer. It's a real vacation for as little as $99 a night. We've got a free vacation guide we want to send you right now. All you have to do is call for complete details. Get your free Branson, Missouri guide right now by calling this number.
800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. That's 800-399-4215.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Let me get back to Jolly Green Giant here. All right, so I guess it's kind of sad that so many people out there maybe are not aware, and why the pharmacies wouldn't let individuals know that these programs are available.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, Steve, and I feel the same way you do. And this man died not knowing that he could have got his insulin at a reasonable price. And why would a large grocery chain allow this to happen to one of their employees? I'm appalled that this large grocery chain would let that happen to one of their employees. Also, I want to talk about something that happened Monday, and this can happen to any of our listeners. My wife gets a phone call concerning me, stating that I had an accident on March 13th of this year. All right, now, I remind you, they called my wife. They didn't call me.
Yeah.
They called my wife. And so I called this law firm back, and she said, she asked me, are you so-and-so? And I said, yes, I am. And she said, well, you had it was suspended. And I said, ma'am, I didn't have an accident on March 13th, and my driver's license is not suspended. Okay, and I said, number one, the state of Ohio always sends a letter telling you that your license is being suspended.
Right.
So I asked her, I said, do you have an accident report? She said, no. I said, how can you not have an accident report? That's mandatory. So I said, what's the birthday of this individual that you're trying to get in touch with? And then she told me birth year of 1972, and I said, ma'am, that's not me. And then she said, well, what car was I supposedly driving? I said, Toyota Highlander. I said, ma'am, I don't own a Toyota Highlander. So I said, first of all, I said, lady, what are you doing? And I said, you don't have an accident report. You have all the wrong information. And then why did you call my wife? If I'm in an accident, I'm going to give you a phone number, and then I'm going to give you my driver's license number. So I said, you're going to have all that information. You're going to have the right birthday. You have all the wrong information. Sir, don't tell me how to be doing my job. I've been doing it for 20 years. And I said, lady, somebody has to tell you how to do your job because you're evidently not very good at it and you're an idiot. Now I hung up on her. So there you go. Check my driver's license. There's nothing wrong with it. There's another scam for you right there, guys. So watch out for the phone scams because it's going on. And, of course, Jolly Green didn't get caught at it.
Right.
So I figured it out right away, especially when there's no accident report, okay? So that's really all I got to talk about tonight, Steve. And I just want to tell you, I hope everybody out there is safe tonight. And, I'm looking forward to hearing some interesting phone calls tonight. So either way, Steve, have a good night, and I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. I'm glad you got things worked out with your insulin costs there. 35's a whole lot better than 600, right? All right. We'll give a shout out to Wheelchair Dave sending me some racing news. Yeah, we talked about Kyle Larson, who's going to be doing the double duty, a.k.a. the Daytona 500. The Indy 500. And the Coca-Cola 600. When he first made the announcement, Kyle Larson's odds to win the Indy 500 this year opened at plus 2,500. They quickly dipped to plus 2,000 at the DraftKings Sportsbook. Then they kind of fluctuated between 1,500 and 2,000, depending on where you looked, up until the open test at Indianapolis Motor Speedway last week, when he got his first experience behind the wheel of his number 17 Aero McLaren Hendrick Chevrolet in traffic. Now, he's never competed in an IndyCar race, aiming to become the first driver to run the Memorial Day double since Kurt Busch back in 2014. It's been 10 years ago. Yeah, both the Indy 500 and the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway the same day. Just 3 drivers have ever done it before. Busch, who finished the Indy 500 in 6th place, and only one, Tony Stewart, ever managed to run all 1,100 miles. None of the other 4 drivers won either race. But after Larson entered the week, listed behind all the usual Indy 500 favorites, all of a sudden, there's only one driver he's listed behind. Down from what was 12 to win the 200-lap race around the 2.5-mile speedway in Indiana. After an abbreviated day of testing on day 1 of what was scheduled to be a 2-day test, but ultimately shortened due to rain. Larson is now listed at plus 700, behind only Chip Ganassi Racing's Alex Palou at plus 550. DraftKings is currently offering fans a $150 bonus for betting $5 on any driver, win or lose. Larson is tied with teammate Pato O'Ward, a former Indy 500 runner-up who led the most laps in last year's race and listed ahead of Team Penske's Joseph Newgarden, who's the reigning Indy 500 winner, who's won 5 of the 6 most recent IndyCar oval races. So he jumped way up in. Hey, a bet is a bet. And just like anything else in the world of racing, the likes of Talladega and Daytona, the speeds at Indianapolis, just one little false move will end your day in an instant. But good luck to Kyle Larson. I'm looking forward to checking things out that day. All right, back to the phones here. Who we got on board?
This is Dan, Steve. How you doing?
Hello, Dan. What's happening out there?
Hello. Oh, nothing much. I was listening to Green Giant talk about that individual that died of insulin and a lack of insulin.
Yes.
Well, I you don't want to be. Well, I'm just going to say, with every story, you listen intently, and there's got to be more to the story, because for 40 years, my wife was director of hospital-owned and operated urgent care centers, and continuously people came in with lack of insulin.
Mm-hmm.
They had supplies of insulin. They had a social worker. There was 8 of these clinics. They had a social worker that would help them secure that. There are federal laws, not that Biden passed, called EMTALA laws, that require that these individuals, you treat these individuals. They can't turn them away because they're hospital-based. Quite frankly, they bill as an emergency room. And the same thing with the emergency room that she was in at the hospital. So, I mean, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? If the individual was incapable or he just kept going without taking his insulin, you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's kind of an insult to the to the hospital and the medical providers out there to think that an individual would die of lack of insulin because he can't afford it. I mean, yeah, the fact that the pharmacist at the Meijer stores would not tell Green Giant about the insulin, you know what I'm saying?
Right,
that
the
there's
available
coupon
programs.
out there and stuff
Yeah.
like. Yeah, what those programs are. But you can look this stuff up online. I hear stuff, and then, we're trashing. I don't know which grocery store chain he's talking about. I have a feeling that I know, based upon where I think he lives up in Ohio. So I have a feeling what he's talking about. But, and I know that if it's the one that I think of is, they have a very generous pharmacy if you go through their pharmacy. And if the grocery store company he worked for had that, I mean, I've used to hear stuff like this, and then you get involved in it, and it's like, well, there's more to the story. You know what I'm saying? We don't just let people die of a lack of insulin because they can't afford it. They may not want to take the insulin, or maybe they're, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They've given up on trying to find it, or they're so backward, I don't know what else to say, that they didn't know how to ask for it. But, maybe if EMS found them, they could have, EMS has it. I don't have anybody in my family, thank God, who needs insulin. But I do know people that are on it, and there were programs for it 10 years ago, at least 10 years ago, that they had programs for insulin. So I just felt that when I was listening to this, I had more questions than what came out about it. I don't know whether you want to belabor it, but people need to know that no one out there is going to die. If somebody is sick enough and they don't have insulin, they should be taken to an emergency room. That's 101. And they will help that patient
Mm-hmm.
after they've stabilized them with their necessary insulin. to get with a social, that they have what it's called a social worker that'll come up with a care path. And again, these are federal laws that predate Joe Biden to come up with a care path to get that insulin. And so the other thing, and whoever that grocery chain is, he didn't name it, but I mean, it's not right to say. I mean, I can't help but thinking of the one that I know of.
Right.
Same one that Brain Dead worked
Correct.
at.
Yeah, you would be correct. Yes.
Yeah, the pharmacy. I know somebody that works there, and they have a very generous pharmacy program for their employees. Now, she's been there 35 years.
Okay.
So, and I know that they've got different levels of employment or benefits for employees based on how long you've been there. But they basically have, like we've got through the Teamsters, which is a pharmacy program, which I'm kind of surprised. I think he's an LTL driver. Green Giant is maybe not a union driver, but we've got a very generous pharmacy program through CVS is who we go through, Caremark. But that was one thing. The other thing that I was going to bring up is last week you were talking about the problem with, I don't know if you considered it a problem, but it's about marijuana now that it's legal in a number of states.
Correct.
22 states.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think you were advocating that drivers use marijuana.
No, by no means. No, we were talking about
by no means.
We're talking about the
you
medical examiners thing. How many drivers are failing their drug screenings and they're testing positive for THC? Because I think I said you can't smoke a doobie on the weekend and then pass a drug test next week.
Well, you can't do that. I mean, when you said, well, it's still in it's not like alcohol.
Correct.
Which I didn't know. I learned that's gone, within 24 hours or less than that.
I mean, your body metabolizes a 12-ounce beer within like an hour's time on average. So, yeah, somebody that drinks a 12-pack on the weekend, they should be good to go after 24 hours, or less.
Right. But some people are making the objection that there should be, because it's still in their system, there should be some exemption. Is that what you were saying? Not you, but is that what some people were complaining about?
This is an advocacy group for like the legalization of marijuana, and they're advocating.
Oh, that's that NORML.
Yes, NORML. That was it. That was them. Yes.
Right. Well, the point is, it's still in your system.
Correct.
That's it. I mean, it still affects you. That, as far as I'm concerned, country has spent 50 years, at least 50 years, probably longer than that, telling people, stop smoking. It's injurious to your health. All those things I agree with. Surgeon's general warning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now we're getting into a new program. And I have yet to hear a oncologist, and I spoke to one who works at St. Jude's, who got in the middle of an argument between me and another individual who the idiot literally quit his job so he could smoke marijuana, and because he was a truck driver. And she said, I'll be honest with you. She didn't say I'll be honest. She said, do you think if marijuana would have this redemptive quality, we would not have used it, or THC, in the treatment of individuals with cancer? I mean, there's people that it helps with it helps with that, all these things, but you don't have really any of the major studies, you understand what I'm saying, that will support this. And I've known individuals that have had cancer, and they don't take. They've gone through the worst stuff. what is it? The
The
chemo's
chemo.
worse than
Yep.
the radiation.
Yep.
Yeah, and there are medications. That's what this oncologist told me. She said there are medications for this stuff. And of course, this guy he's an addict. Let's face it. You quit a job. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like I always tell people, okay, you're okay with this. Yep, I'm okay with this marijuana. All right. How about the school bus driver that transports your child or your grandchild? Well, I don't know about that. Well, okay. How about the surgeon that's going to operate? Well, don't know about the pilot. You could go on and on and on. And the stuff that's out there is extremely addictive. It's causing zombies out of people. Quite frankly, I think that's what's caused this high amount of suicides among young people. Now, I don't have a study to back that up, sir.
Right.
But I mean, it's a nobody's going to tell me that's not a gateway drug. And I don't agree with it. And in Missouri, where I live and vote, they voted it in 3 places: St. Louis City, St. Louis County, and Jackson County, Kansas City. And they voted it in for the whole state. And so the whole state has to live with this crap. And I just that's just how I feel about it. I've never smoked, so I'm not, and I know you are a smoker, and I hope and pray you can. At some point, you will quit, Steve.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, there will be a day you'll quit.
Yes,
I've told that to one of my kids who's a smoker. I said, at some point, you will stop this. And fortunately, about a year ago, they said that point had arrived. And I didn't get into it. You don't understand what I'm saying,
right?
But
right.
And I talk to people at work that go to VA's got tremendous programs for cessation. Hypnosis is one of the things that I think is heard works pretty well in case you're looking for something. But they say that's the hardest thing to quit. I've heard that. That's nothing's worse to quit than smoking. So, but anyway, and that's why I look at it and I think, well, what the hell have you done? Because I think smoking rates are down, are they not?
Oh,
I believe they are.
Absolutely.
And
yes,
yeah, I mean, I think they are. And I mean, because I talked to a guy who was an owner-operator that hauled cigarettes out of North Carolina, and he said he got out of it. He went to work with us, and he said, I got out of it because he said the number of loads I said, cut in half. He said, how about 60 to 70% decrease in the number of loads? And I said, you got to be kidding. He goes, no. He goes, that's about what it's gone down. So anyway, but anyway, I just thought I'd call in because somebody to die because of a lack of insulin, there's got to be, and of course he only knows what he was told, Green Giant, but there's got to be more to that story. They just give up quitting and trying to buy it, but I don't know what it is, but I know this because my wife, as I said, for 43 years, she wasn't the director the whole 43 years, but she worked at that hospital for 43 years, and the last 30, at least the last 30, she was the director, but she has told me things about people coming in and, that was an insulin call, and we called EMS, we stabilized them, they got them in the hospital, and I said, well, what happens to them? She goes, well, they put a social worker and they get with the pharmacy and they get them their medications. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. If Biden did something right, and I guess whatever he's tried to do with his insulin, right. I mean, one thing he has done right, although and Obama did it, and of course my president Trump did it. They have not dropped the federal ban they've not relaxed the laws, the federal laws outlawing marijuana. They've not done that. And I would have thought Biden would have did that the first 2 years when he had a Democratic House, and Senate. He would have did that, dropped those federal laws. But he hasn't done that. But so anyway,
I don't know when it's
going
to happen, but there's been talk about it for years, and of course it's getting more and more up the chain. I mean, you look at the number of states that have legalized it, and that's based on, typically it's a ballot issue, right? The people are voting to legalize it. As far as cigarette smoking is concerned, it's down to, I think the latest numbers from the CDC, somewhere in the 11-12% range. So, 12 out of 100 Americans, which that would translate to, I guess, the estimated numbers from the last survey was like 28.3 million U.S. adults currently smoke cigarettes. So that's way down from where it was, over the decades. Yeah. It is 844-844-3388. So we're getting a brand new day started here. Thursday coming on. Good to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. I'm Tim Berg. The Senate voted to deem both articles of impeachment against Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas as unconstitutional, cutting the trial short without any votes to convict or acquit. This as Senate Republicans, including Senator Eric Schmidt from Missouri, are crying foul over the Democratic leader's antics.
To dismiss or table articles of impeachment against Secretary Mayorkas without a trial here today or in committee is an unprecedented move by Senator Schumer. Never before in the history of our republic has the Senate dismissed or tabled articles of impeachment when the impeached individual was alive and had not resigned.
Boeing is facing allegations of concealing significant safety issues, as testified by their quality engineer and whistleblower, Sam Sapor, in a Senate hearing on Wednesday.
I literally saw people jumping on the pieces of the airplane to get them to align. I call it the Tarzan effect, among other improper methods.
He adds that Boeing's 787 Dreamliner is unsafe to fly due to assembly flaws. We're learning more about the 7 people selected so far in the jury in Donald Trump's New York trial. The jury foreman is a Harlem salesman originally from Ireland. Other jurors include an oncology nurse, an IT consultant, a software engineer, a charter school teacher, and the other 2 are lawyers. Court is in recess Wednesday, and the jury selection process resumes Thursday. The popular weight loss drug Zepbound also appears to help with obstructive sleep apnea. That's according to drug maker Eli Lilly. Ford is recalling over 456,000 Bronco Sport and Maverick pickup trucks due to a powertrain problem. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The House GOP Committee on Education and the Workforce is holding another hearing on Wednesday regarding allegations of anti-Semitism in college. At the hearing, North Carolina Republican Congresswoman Virginia Foxx says anti-Semitism is a threat to civil rights.
We're headed down a dark path if we cannot agree on basic shared moral values, such as the implication of calls for genocide.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is calling on Congress to pass a supplemental spending package in order to support foreign allies like Israel and Ukraine. He appeared before a House Appropriations Subcommittee to discuss his request for the Department of Defense's fiscal 2025 budget.
The most important thing that we can do right now is to pass a supplemental, and that will provide us the opportunity to continue to provide security assistance to Israel.
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass has a fairly straightforward message when it comes to the city's homelessness crisis. She's asking wealthy people to help house the homeless. In Bass's State of the City address, the mayor announcing the LA for LA initiative, which will lean on the city's wealthy to house over 40,000 homeless people. Bass had a previous program deemed Inside Safe that placed 2,000 people indoors, and the mayor said that the homeless program is still evolving. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
what do you say? We get back to it here. Get a new day underway. As we make our way time zone to time zone, turning the page on the calendar. 18th day of April. Okay. Hope your week's going well. So, yeah, Thursday. Weekend just around the corner, right? And our number is 844-844-3388. Anybody getting excited about... Apparently we have Olympic Games coming up here in a few months. That would be the Paris Summer Games. I think coming up in, I think it's July. I don't know. Haven't paid a whole lot of attention, but get ready for plenty of how did they do that moments when the Paris Games introduce, yes, breakdancing as an official Olympic sport. Breakdancing? Bodies will be contorted. Gravity will seem to be defied. Athletes will be showcasing head spins, windmills, and freeze moves. And it'll all be set to music. I'm so excited. The sport. I didn't realize dancing was a sport. The sport, also known as breaking, made its successful debut in the 2018 Youth Olympics in Argentina, where it topped over 1 million viewers, far outpacing audiences for many other sports. The Olympics declared it an outstanding success, and now both the organizers and the athletes hope to translate that magic to the biggest stage in sports. This is a chance for us to grow and educate people on breaking. All right. Breaking joins other newer sports, including 3 that were added to the Olympic program for the first time at the 2020 Tokyo Games. They were surfing, skateboarding, and sport climbing. Adding those sports to the official Olympics roster is an attempt by the International Olympic Committee to reach a younger audience, given that all 4 are easy to take up, and participants kind of form communities that are very active on social media. The IOC, the committee, hopes millions of kids around the world will be inspired to take up these sports. If we get it right, we can create something unstoppable. Okay. The dance battle sport, breaking, characterized by acrobatic movements, stylized footwork, and the key role played by the DJ and the MC, or master of ceremonies, during battles. Okay, we'll see how that goes. Sounds about as exciting as curling in the Winter Games. You know, I used to think curling was so boring, but then, yeah, and I guess as I get older, I actually find myself kind of intrigued by the curling in the Winter Games. I actually like it, but hey, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Big John says, good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing safe and well. Heading down your way this weekend. Want to know who has the best chili in Cincinnati. And don't forget, folks, to grab your Hot Shot secret. Everybody have a great weekend from your friend Big John. Boy, oh boy, John, my personal favorite, and this is, I mean, it's a Cincinnati thing. My personal favorite is Skyline. And the biggest divide, I think, is Skyline versus the other biggest name chain is Gold Star. But everywhere you turn in this city, there's other chili joints that are very famous, many of which I have never had a chance to try. So there may be others out there that are better, but personal favorite is Skyline. Ever wondered what states are the most responsible when it comes to driving? The news was from an Indiana affiliate. Now, they were not number one, but they did make the top 10 in the Hoosier State. A study conducted by personal injury attorneys injured in Florida. They analyzed road traffic accident data from 2017 to 2021. They looked at 4 key scenarios, which are known to be factors in fatal accidents. The scenarios are considered to be at fault of the driver in the accident. They are distracted driving, drowsy driver, speeding, and hit and run. The at-fault crashes were then compared to the number of fatal accidents that did not have a contributing factor to find the states with the most responsible drivers. So that's how they broke it down. The state that took the top spot for most responsible drivers was Mississippi, with an overall percentage of 20.15%. In the 4 years, the state experienced a total of 3,167 fatal road accidents, with only 638 recorded to be the responsibility of the driver, which means Mississippi holds the lowest rate in the U.S. and less than half the U.S. average of 44.82%. Florida and Nebraska took second and third spots. Indiana actually ranked 9th on the list, being related to the responsibility of the driver. So, again, with that little criteria, Mississippi, Florida, Nebraska, most responsible. Going down the rest of the top 10, Georgia at number 4, Tennessee at number 5, Iowa, Arkansas, South Dakota, and there's Indiana and Oklahoma. I guess they would consider that the 10 states with the most responsible drivers. All right, back to the calls at 844-844-3388. See what Eagle has going on this morning. Did you say you're going to try to make it to Talladega or can't make it this year?
No, I ain't going to get there this year. I just drove by the racetrack a couple of days ago. I think what's the day? Today is Wednesday. I think I was in Atlanta on Sunday, I think it was. No, I ain't going to be able to get there this year. I got to work this time. I got something going on in Texas right now. I'm in Texas now, so yeah, I'll be doing something. But I'm going to watch the race on TV. But I told you that I'm going to be watching, but I ain't going to make it. Maybe I can get to the next Talladega in October when things go better. But yeah, Steve, I'm down here in Texas right now, and I drove by Austin, Texas today, where this Tesla plant is. I want to talk about Tesla before I get to Donald Trump. Okay, I don't know if you've seen this new so-called cyber truck, man. You want to talk about an ugly vehicle? Have you seen this new pickup truck or whatever the hell it is that they have at
the Tesla one, the Cybertruck from Tesla? Is that the one?
Yeah, that's an ugly vehicle. And they wonder why they not selling nothing. When I drove by there today, Steve, it's right by the interstate, the Tesla where they making these things. And man, that whole damn parking lot was full of them things. They couldn't give them things away. I don't know what the price is they want for them, but you have to be a complete idiot to buy one of them things. Like I say, the whole parking lot was full to the brim.
Yeah.
Full. And now you see why they laying off all these people. It was a failure from the beginning, Steve. You know, you talked about this for a long time. I've talked about it. The battery-powered vehicles are not going to work. They're already talking about the power grid down in Texas, Steve, about, how high they get, and they telling people to conserve electricity, the same thing they was doing out in California. So if they telling people to conserve electricity, Steve, how are you supposed to charge your battery-powered vehicle up if you
Right.
can't use no electric? Can you explain that to me? Huh?
Yeah, it doesn't work, does it? You can't have it both ways.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These guys are just total idiots, man. It's really sad that these people. Well, like I say, you see Joe Biden. As a matter of fact, before I get to Joe Biden, but yeah, like I said, Steve, these battery vehicles, they were doomed from the start. You know, I like Elon Musk, but you know, Elon Musk made a bad investment. He's gonna take a loss big time. They say he might be one of the richest men in the world now, but I believe when it's all said and done, he might be one of the brokest men in the world because he's gonna take a serious loss on these battery-powered vehicles. Steve, nobody's gonna buy these things. You know, they tried to push them off to the rental car places a couple years or so ago, and that didn't even work. The rental car places totally gave them damn cars back.
Yeah.
That nobody. Who the hell wants to rent a car? You can only drive 100 or 200 miles. You got to park the damn thing. When you rent a car, you know, you going out of town, you get ready to make a road trip. You know, you ain't trying to find no damn place to charge the thing up. So like I say, it's a total and utter disaster. And I'm gonna say what I told you the other night, what Trump said, Steve. He said the battery vehicles are a dumb idea by dumb people. And that's exactly what the whole deal is. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And I told you this a couple of weeks ago, Steve. I'll drive when they stop making cars that run on gasoline. I guess I'll buy me a motorcycle. When they stop making motorcycles, then I guess I'll start walking. But I promise you will never see me behind the wheel of no battery powered vehicle. I can promise you that. With every breath in my body, it's just embarrassing that these people would be so stupid, and then they even think about putting them in 18-wheelers, which is the ultimate. It's not even worth talking about how stupid that would be. So, like I said, we have very stupid people running this country right now, Steve. Now, before I get to Biden, let's talk about this guy Mayorkas, Steve, because I'm so fed up with this guy. I've seen this guy on a TikTok video trying to play stupid in the courtroom today. Oh, and yeah, here's the main thing I wanted to tell you, Steve. I don't know if you touched on this, just in case anybody didn't know, because I've been saying this for the last couple of months. That's why Biden is letting these illegals in the country. Have you heard about that they've been passing flyers around and information to people down in Mexico that when they get to the U.S. to make sure they vote for Biden? Have you heard about that?
That I have not heard, but how the hell are they supposed to vote? They can't vote, Eagle. What's going on?
Well, that's what you think. That's what you think. Why you think they're trying to get something going right now, Steve? You know that. You think Biden is just letting these people in the country for nothing? There's a plan to this whole deal, Steve. But you might want to check on that during the break. I've heard that they have some kind of paperwork or flyers that they given to these immigrants when they down in Mexico before they get to the U.S.
Wow.
Telling them people, hey, remember who let you in the country, my man. Don't vote for Donald Trump. Don't remember who allowed you to get into this country, Joe Biden. And they tell you better make sure you vote for Biden if you have the opportunity to vote. Yeah, you might want to check on that because that's what I've heard today. But yeah, this guy Mayorkas, Steve, is trying to play dumb in front of the court today. Trying to say that he's been the same old garbage you've been saying for the last 3 years, that he's doing everything possible and that it's an insult for people to say that he's not trying to stop the illegal immigration. Well, you're not trying to stop it, my man. If you got 10 million people that don't cross into the U.S., you haven't stopped anything. And Mary Jo, the woman that from Georgia, she put him on the spot, Steve. She named out several of these girls that have been killed by illegal immigrants due to his stupidity, and he had nothing to say about it. This guy here, you know, it's a shame that we have the system that we have, Steve, to try to get somebody like him impeached because they said he probably not going no damn well. Unfortunately, there should be. He ought to resign in disgrace. He shouldn't even have to be forced out of the job. If he had any pride in himself, he would quit. Right. But we already know that's not going to happen. But it's just a shame. It's just a shame that we we don't have a system to get that guy out of the job. Because what more evidence do you need to see that the man's not doing the job? It's really sad that we have to let this guy continue on for another year or until the end of the year, hopefully in the Biden campaign. But hey, Steve, I don't know if you've seen Joe Biden on a rally that he had yesterday. I seen it on a video on TikTok. It's embarrassing. And, another thing that he lied about, claims he come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. He didn't come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. That's another lie that he's told the American people. That arena was empty, Steve. That the arena that he was in the other day in Scranton was totally empty. He didn't have standing room crowd like Trump. Trump's got another rally scheduled for this Saturday. I forgot where it's at, but you could bet your last dollar it's going to be more people than Biden had. But here's the deal, Steve. It's obvious with Biden at the State of the Union was hyped up on something. I don't know what they pumped him full of, but he was hyped up. I don't know if you've seen the latest the deal with him. This guy here looked real bad, man, Steve. It was real sad the way he was talking in Scranton. This guy here looked like it's just terrible. He looked like a totally different man from what you've seen at the State of the Union. This guy that I seen yesterday or the day before talking, he looked like a 100-year-old man talking. It was really embarrassing, and he had the nerve to try to insult Donald Trump for no reason, bringing up Trump's name. But Joe Biden is in bad condition. Democrats, they ought to be ashamed of themselves, Steve, for putting somebody in. And that's how the Democrats, Steve, they have no choice. At first I was saying, the Democrats were crooked and they were just bad people. But the Democrats, Steve, if you look at it, they really don't have no choice but to cheat in this election. When you got somebody like Joe Biden as your man, the guy that's basically a walking dead, and he can't debate nobody. His policy of the inflation is out the roof. Fuel prices, food price, a box of cereal, $6-7 for a box of cereal. Rent prices, everything is sky high in America. He has absolutely nothing to run on, Steve. So the Democrats, they have no choice, and I do mean no choice, but to cheat in this election. And hopefully they get caught at every nook and corner and don't allow this to happen. Because Donald Trump, Steve, he should win this election in a landslide. If they had this election tonight, Joe Biden would get wiped off the map. It wouldn't take Donald Trump long to get the electoral votes to qualify as the next president of America. And the Democrats know that this guy here is a losing deal. So that's why I'm so scared about this election, Steve, because it makes me realize even more every time I see Joe Biden on my television screen that the Democrats have no choice, and I do mean no choice, but to cheat in 2024 if they want Biden to get in the White House. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. So, the red flags are going. Hey, according to the polls, Eagle, according to the polls, there's hundreds and hundreds of them. I think the Real Clear Politics said, according to all the consolidation of the polls, Joe Biden and Donald Trump are running neck to neck right now. It'd be more or less a toss-up. So they say. But I did a quick search, so he is what he heard is correct. A humanitarian organization in northeastern Mexico said they say they didn't create these flyers urging migrants to vote for Joe Biden. The flyers were filmed at their shelter. A viral video that sparked a firestorm of conservative outrage. Accusations that Resource Center Matamoros was encouraging non-citizens to vote gained momentum after online posts displayed Spanish-language flyers instructing migrants to vote illegally for Biden once they arrive in the U.S. The flyers contained the logo of the organization, but it's not clear who actually created or posted them. But videos show them on the interior walls of the portable toilets at the center's shelter near the Mexico border with Texas. Resource Center Matamoros founder told the Associated Press that they do not know who made the flyers and said, "We do not encourage immigrants to register to vote or cast ballots in the United States." Now, the provenance of the flyer still unknown as of yesterday, Wednesday, that contained some errors in spelling and grammar, appeared to include verbatim paragraphs from the organization's English language website that were translated into Spanish using some sort of online translation software. Despite the uncertain origin, unverified claims about them have proliferated online this week and came up during the congressional hearing on Tuesday when House Republicans raised them in their questioning of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. The episode reflects how rapidly claims related to the migrant surge at the border can spread and influence the political debate as the presidential election approaches. Donald Trump and his allies have used the surge to say, without evidence, Democrats are allowing migrants into the country as a way to boost Biden's reelection chances. Of course, only U.S. citizens are permitted to vote in federal election. And they say historically the number of non-citizens caught attempting to cast a ballot is extremely small, but who knows? As the millions and millions come in, how many millions does it take to sway an election? But one thing we did find out, when Mayorkas was asked about those flyers showing up there on the southern side of the border, his response was, "We do not oversee the election enrollment process. What we do is enforce our borders." So pretty much, yeah, hey, I'm not in charge of the election enrollment process. Whoever does that, who do we ask about that? How are they making sure that people not legally in the country are not being part of these motor voter registration and all these other processes where they're making it so easy to register to vote? In some cases, automatically registering people. First, we get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Back after this.
USA News Update. More details are emerging about the 7 individuals chosen for the jury in Donald Trump's New York trial. The foreman hails from Harlem and works as a salesman. The jury also comprises an oncology nurse, an IT consultant, a software engineer, a charter school teacher, and 2 lawyers. Jury selection will resume Thursday. The leading Democrat and Republican on the House Oversight Committee are at odds over the potential impeachment of President Biden. Maryland's Jamie Raskin and Kentucky's James Comer got into a heated exchange during a hearing on China Wednesday morning. Raskin challenged Comer to justify the ongoing impeachment inquiry into the president. A veteran NPR editor, Yuri Berliner, has resigned after bringing attention to alleged widespread liberal bias within the organization. Berliner had been suspended for implying a decline in open-mindedness and trust in NPR's reporting. John Schaefer, USA News.
I've got a unique vacation idea for you that's right here in the United States. If you're ready for a vacation that's fun and downright affordable, listen up. It's driving distance for many of you, so no planes, no airline delays, no hassles. It's Branson, Missouri, the entertainment capital of the Midwest. Live music for everyone. Branson has 3 beautiful, enormous lakes, water attractions, live shows, great food, and tons of entertainment. It's a perfect vacation for you and your family, or if you're retired and you want to have a great time. And you can stay in Branson for as low as $99 a night. Please understand, this is not a timeshare offer. It's a real vacation for as little as $99 a night. We've got a free vacation guide we want to send you right now. All you have to do is call for complete details. Get your free Branson, Missouri guide right now by calling this number.
800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. That's 800-399-4215.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code OvernightDrive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, Shorty shared that story from a few months ago with me. Eagle had brought up. The headline was The Green New Flop, where Hertz announced they're selling off 20,000 electric vehicles so they can buy more gas-powered vehicles. Nobody wants to rent the darn things, right? How do you charge your electric vehicle when they're asking you to conserve energy? That's coming again here in just a few short months. Summertime's approaching, right? And it's only going to be getting worse. U.S. power consumption will rise to record highs this year, 2024, and next, according to the Energy Information Administration in their short-term energy outlook. Energy Information Administration projected power demand will rise to 4,096 billion kilowatt hours this year, and 4,125 billion kilowatt hours in 2025. That compares with 400 billion kilowatt hours in 23 and 4,067 billion kilowatt hours in 2022 as homes and businesses use more electricity rather than fossil fuels for heat and transportation. The EIA forecast 2024 power sales would rise to 1,506 billion kilowatt hours for residential customers, 1,389 billion for commercial customers, 1,047 billion for industrial customers. That compares with all-time highs of back in the year 2022. The EIA said natural gas share of power generation will hold at about 42% this year, the same as it was last, before easing to 41% in 2025. Coal's share will drop from 17% in 23 last year to 15% this year, 14% in 2025. As renewable output rises, the percentage of renewable generation will rise from 21%, where it was last year, to 24% this year, 25% in 2025. Nuclear power's share will hold at 19% across the board, 23, 24, and 25. So if you're taking offline, as I try to understand, if you're reducing the natural gas generation and the coal share generation by bringing online what they call their renewable generation, we're needing more generation. It seems to me you've got to have what you've got existing. You've got to have more renewable generation than what you're taking offline. Because if you leave it, it's kind of like at a stable level or at a stalemate to say that you're putting more renewable on the grid. The grid is not going to be able, it hasn't been able to keep up. The other topic you brought up was the whole Tesla announcement earlier this week. I guess this is having kind of the ripple effects to a number of places around the country. Out of New York, Tesla will lay off 285 employees in Buffalo as part of their plan to trim 10% of their global workforce. With falling sales and an intensifying price war, Tesla announced their latest round of job cuts Monday of this week in an internal memo. The notice on yesterday, was issued under the WARN Act that requires employers to provide a 60-day notice before layoffs begin. So they announced layoffs will start July 15th. Due to, quote, economic reasons, Tesla has a total of 2,032 employees across the two impacted sites there in Buffalo, meaning this will affect about 14% of the workforce there. The plants in upstate New York were built to produce solar roof tiles. Tesla also makes fast charging equipment at the location, which hosts staff that label data for the autopilot driver assistance technology, and is set to be the home of their Dojo supercomputer project. Now, they announced back in February of last year they let go 4% of the employees at the autopilot labeling team in Buffalo, part of their performance review cycle that they conduct every 6 months. But the move had come just a day after the workers launched a campaign trying to form a union there. Now, Tesla said the affected staff had been identified before that union campaign was announced. So 20 before the hour on a Thursday. It's 844-844-3388. What's going on with Sundance this morning?
Hey, we're having a wonderful day listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. And I changed my schedule so I can listen to the whole show now. So I'm good.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I work from 6 to 6. Last night, Pup called in and was talking about how great Donald Trump did with the oil in the country. And everybody was all upset about the strategic reserves we got that they're down that Biden took out. Can you look up on your little Google machine how much of the strategic reserves that Donald Trump took out while he was president?
I could certainly do a quick search. I don't know that
All right,
he did.
well, the reason it went down under his administration. And the thing is,
well, I do recall
when he come into office, he had low.
I know this off the top of my head. I know this for a fact off the top of my head. When Donald Trump was president, he proposed filling the SPR to its full capacity, and the Congress at the time would not allocate the funds. So the price of oil was dirt cheap. He said, "Let's take this opportunity and fill it to capacity." And the Congress, the Democrats, said no.
Okay. Oh, right. You know why they did that? You know why they said that, right?
Well, because they don't want to do anything Donald Trump wants to do.
Yeah, probably. That's why we got a stupid country. But anyway, so, yeah, but see, when he went into office, his gas prices were low. They actually went up under his administration until COVID hit, and then the price of oil went down. But if you look at his first year, when he come in and up until 2020, his gas prices were higher than when he came into office, and he took oil out of the strategic oil reserves.
Well,
but
whatever.
Oil prices still went up.
I would have to look at. I mean, you remember there was a time when the price of oil was so low that it was being pretty much given away, and that was under Trump.
Right.
We had so much we were literally.
We didn't even have to buy it then.
Right.
Right. So why didn't he fill it up if we have all this oil?
Why
didn't he fill it up?
He tried to fill it. The president can't order them to fill it up. The president can't. The president cannot spend money. The president cannot allocate the funds to do anything in government. The purse strings are held by Congress. Donald Trump told them he wanted them. He pleaded with them to fill the damn thing up. The purse strings. He couldn't just say do it. Congress refused to allocate the money to him to fill the SPR.
Okay, I got you. I understand that. But there was if the shares and the oil went below, they were actually a negative. They didn't have to do any. They didn't have to allocate any money because it was free. All he had to do was say fill it up.
That's not the way. That's not the way it works, Sundance. You're making things up again.
Oh well, hold on a second. All right, so if the president can take it out, but he can't tell them to put it in, what kind of system is that?
It's called an emergency.
But like I said,
it's called an emergency declaration, and that's how they ordered some oil to be released from the SPR. To purchase that oil back, funds have to be appropriated to buy it. That's why Biden is not buying it right now, because the price per barrel is $85 per barrel. He said we're not going to start buying it back until it's like $75 per barrel. At the time when Donald Trump made the offer to purchase oil, I believe the price was somewhere in the $30 to $35 per barrel range, which now is dirt cheap.
And right, and nobody was down with that?
Not your Democrats, no, sir.
And so we have a country that's run by one party at a time. I mean, this doesn't make any sense.
Well, of course,
we've got to get rid of this.
Of course, it's run by who's in charge. Who's in charge right now? The Democrats are in charge of the Senate, right? You've got a 1-vote differential. What happened yesterday, Sundance? You got this criminal Mayorkas who's in charge of Homeland Security, millions of illegals coming in, the drugs and the sex trafficking. This guy's in charge of that. Not one single Democrat wants to even look into what his job that he's not doing. They don't even want to look into it and hold a trial.
I know, and that's sad. This is sad. We can't get nothing. We can't do the right thing in this country. Why? Why are we so locked up? You there?
Well, I guess the leadership in D.C.
why are we so locked up?
The whole country is dysfunctional. Well, because we have half the people in this country that feel like myself and most of my listening audience, and half the people in this country that feel like you. and support these liberal, left-leaning Democrat policies, and continue to vote for them.
Well, no, I don't. But I mean, I can listen to your side. I can see if there's a problem. I mean, I can listen to y'all, but y'all won't listen to me. I don't know why. But all right, so let me ask you this: what is the inflation rate up from 1980 to today? Do you know what the inflation rate is?
Today, I mean, the latest monthly update.
From 1980.
Well, I wouldn't have that number off the top of my head. No.
Okay, well, I've got that number off the top of my head. Well, actually, I just looked it up before I called.
I shared with you last week. I shared with you last week that the inflation rate was down going all the way back to Ronald Reagan. Is that where you're going back to? And from Ronald Reagan,
1980 when he came in office,
we went nearly 30 years without any concerns about inflation. Inflation really started rearing its ugly head in 2020.
No, okay, here's the thing. All right, I looked it up, right? And my stepdad driving a truck was making $28,000 that year. Okay? 1980. For the inflation rate, he would have to today make $106,000 to equal that number. And that inflation rate is 279%. And that's why we can't, if people don't understand where we came from and our history, they're just being led down the road. Oh, inflation just started 3 years ago. Well, I know it ain't no damn 270% since 3-4 years ago. No, it's 279. You can go to the inflation calculator, put in what you were making in 1980 and what it would equal today. And the thing is, nobody's going to pay a truck driver $106,000 a year working 40 hours a week. And that was at $12 an hour at a union job for ABF in 1980. $12 an hour, that's what we get. Now they're only up to $31. And that's only $44,000 a year. They're half off. They should be at $60, $80. But we can't get past those numbers because
you're trying to compare apples to oranges. Yes, the value of a dollar has lost about 99% of its value from where it was in, say, about 1929?
Yes.
That is...
No, from 1980.
Well, not from 1980.
From 1933, it's lost 97%. Right,
okay.
right.
So, I mean...
1933.
But I can... look at the numbers. You want to compare Trump to Biden, right? You're trying to say things were just as bad under Trump. I mean, the factual numbers right here, okay? Let me look at the inflation chart. From president to president. Under Donald Trump's presidency, energy prices were up 0.0%, all said and done. Under Biden, up 38.8%. Now, gasoline, breaking them down separately. Gasoline was down 2% under Trump. It's up 47.8% under Biden. Electricity was up 3% under Trump. It's up 29.3% under Biden. Groceries up 3.3% under Trump, 21.1% under Biden. Yeah, breaking down separately. Eggs were down 3.6% under Trump, up 49.3% under Biden. Milk up 2.6% under Trump, up 15% under Biden. Airfare down 13.8% under Trump, up 32.7% under Biden. Used cars prices went up 2.4% under Trump. It's up 20.9% under Biden. I mean, it's the things that we are seeing. Every American sees this when they go to the grocery, when they go to the used car lot, when they go to the new car lot, Lord have mercy, when they go to open up their credit card statements and see where their minimum payments have increased because the interest rates are going up unless they had a fixed rate credit card. It's quite clearly visible, and you cannot compare anything that Joe Biden has done to improve this economy versus where it was under the previous president. It's just that simple. But we'll be back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I do believe Vic actually sent me a link to the Strategic Petroleum Reserve website, which kind of goes back through the historical input and output of the SPR. When there have been emergency draws from the SPR. 2005, there was Hurricane Katrina, where the SPR was tapped. 2011, Secretary Chu announced that the U.S. and its partners in the International Energy Agency would release a total of 60 million barrels to the world market, stating, "We're taking this action in response to the ongoing loss of crude oil due to supply disruptions in Libya and other countries and their impact on the global economic recovery." Let me see here. There's been, as far as emergency drawdowns, a presidentially directed emergency release has occurred 3 times in the history of the SPR. First, 1991 at the beginning of Operation Desert Storm, joining our allies in assuring the adequacy of global supplies when the war broke out in the Persian Gulf. An emergency sale of SPR crude oil was announced the day the war began. Second, September of 25, that was Hurricane Katrina, where devastated oil production, distribution, and refining in the Gulf region, Louisiana, Mississippi. The impact was so great, in fact, that the SPR emergency oil loans preceded the president's decision to draw down and sell oil from the reserve. The first of several emergency loan requests from refiners was received and approved within 24 hours of Katrina making landfall. Third was June of 2011, when they announced the release of 60 million barrels in response to crude oil supply disruptions, again in Libya and other countries. Now, those were presidential declarations. I don't know how up to date, because, I'm not seeing anything. There's been exchange agreements. Hurricane Lily exchange, Hurricane Ivan exchange. We're going back to the early 2000s. There was Katrina. 2006, a barge accident exchange. 2008, Hurricanes Gustav and Ike. That would have been the one, under Bush, right? Because I know we shared last evening there was an emergency drawdown when Bush was president. See if there's a lot of information to try and cipher through, but yeah, I mean, we do know that Trump wanted to fill the SPR. I forget how many millions of dollars the request was for, but Congress, for whatever reason at the time, refused to allocate those funds. All right, real quick like here, we'll get back to the calls following top of the hour news break as we roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. Well, in celebration of, did you realize marijuana's unofficial holiday comes up this weekend on Saturday? It'll be 420. Right, 420. Jimmy John's is offering a deliciously dope dime bag promotion for $10 on April 20th. The promotion comes with everything you need to celebrate on Saturday. A hand-sliced smoked ham and provolone cheese sandwich, topped with jalapeno ranch, extra oregano, basil, sliced pickles, crispy jalapenos, and a fresh sliced lettuce and tomato, alongside Jimmy John's pickle spear, a fudge chocolate brownie, and a serving of Jimmy Chips. It's a promotion, right? The deliciously dope dime bag will be available for online order only at participating restaurants nationwide for $10. Use the promo code DIMEBAG. Okay. Looking to capitalize on what has become it's a big day. The smokers will be out in full force on 420, right? Like it or not. It's 844-844-3388. I will not be participating, but just so you know, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. I'm Tim Berg. The Senate voted to deem both articles of impeachment against Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas as unconstitutional, cutting the trial short without any votes to convict or acquit. This as Senate Republicans, including Senator Eric Schmidt from Missouri, are crying foul over the Democratic leader's antics.
To dismiss or table articles of impeachment against Secretary Mayorkas without a trial here today or in committee is an unprecedented move by Senator Schumer. Never before in the history of our republic has the Senate dismissed or tabled articles of impeachment when the impeached individual was alive and had not resigned.
Boeing is facing allegations of concealing significant safety issues, as testified by their quality engineer and whistleblower, Sam Sapor, in a Senate hearing on Wednesday.
I literally saw people jumping on the pieces of the airplane to get them to align. I call it the Tarzan effect, among other improper methods.
He adds that Boeing's 787 Dreamliner is unsafe to fly due to assembly flaws. We're learning more about the 7 people selected so far in the jury in Donald Trump's New York trial. The jury foreman is a Harlem salesman originally from Ireland. Other jurors include an oncology nurse, an IT consultant, a software engineer, a charter school teacher, and the other 2 are lawyers. Court is in recess Wednesday, and the jury selection process resumes Thursday. The popular weight loss drug Zepbound also appears to help with obstructive sleep apnea. That's according to drug maker Eli Lilly. Ford is recalling over 456,000 Bronco Sport and Maverick pickup trucks due to a powertrain problem. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The House GOP Committee on Education and the Workforce is holding another hearing on Wednesday regarding allegations of anti-Semitism in college. At the hearing, North Carolina Republican Congresswoman Virginia Foxx says anti-Semitism is a threat to civil rights.
We're headed down a dark path if we cannot agree on basic shared moral values, such as the implication of calls for genocide.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is calling on Congress to pass a supplemental spending package in order to support foreign allies like Israel and Ukraine. He appeared before a House Appropriations Subcommittee to discuss his request for the Department of Defense's fiscal 2025 budget.
The most important thing that we can do right now is to pass a supplemental, and that will provide us the opportunity to continue to provide security assistance to Israel.
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass has a fairly straightforward message when it comes to the city's homelessness crisis. She's asking wealthy people to help house the homeless. In Bass's State of the City address, the mayor announcing the LA for LA initiative, which will lean on the city's wealthy to house over 40,000 homeless people. Bass had a previous program deemed Inside Safe that placed 2,000 people indoors, and the mayor said that the homeless program is still evolving. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, performance, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And another day underway. Let me take you back in time. March 25th of 2020. Yeah, there was something going on. What was that? Yeah, some sort of a COVID thing was raging. We were just really getting into it, right? And discussions of spending potentially trillions of dollars, allocating funds for loans for businesses, people. The report was from The Hill, the D.C. publication, which reads, the Trump administration's plan to top off the Strategic Petroleum Reserve ran into a roadblock Wednesday after lawmakers stripped the $3 billion in funding for oil purchases from the massive stimulus package before Congress. Senate Democrats took credit for stripping out the money from the Senate bill that was unveiled Wednesday, calling it a bailout for the oil industry. Now, along with the rest of the roughly $2 trillion package, the appropriation section will be added as an amendment to an unrelated bill that passed the House last year. The administration had announced plans to buy 77 million barrels, which would have been enough to fill the reserve. 77 million barrels. That's toward the very end of Trump's term. The SPR at the time had about 640 million barrels of oil in it. Filling it at the time would have cost about $2.3 billion at the current prices. By the way, that would be exponentially higher now. The Energy Department solicited offers from small and mid-sized producers to fill the reserve and cushion the fallout from low oil prices. The previous month, Russia and Saudi Arabia had vowed that they would continue production. The Department of Energy would need money from Congress to make purchases for the SPR. The department has, or had at the time, about $10 million in their SPR fund. The department on March 10th also announced they would delay a planned sale of oil from the reserve, citing the low prices. Congress has at least 4 times since 2015 actually tapped the reserve to pay for legislation. So that's a deal where they'll sell some of that oil to bring in the money for it out of the reserve. And hopefully that's when you're looking at $60, $70, $80 per barrel. That brings money into them. I guess they like to buy it at 30 and sell it at 70, that kind of thing. And let's see, 4 times they've done that, including the 21st Century Cures Act, the 2017 tax overhaul, and the 2015 bipartisan budget agreement, and the 2015 highway infrastructure bill. Some of those sales have already occurred. Others are mandated as late as the year 2027. So I guess they pass this legislation and they say, okay, on during this year we're going to sell this much, and that revenue is going to go back to pay for this legislation, right? The Department of Energy sold about 10 million barrels in the fall of 2019, which would have been under Trump. Those deliveries took place in October and November. While a spokesperson for Chuck Schumer pointed to the exclusion of the $3 billion bailout for big oil, as he called it. A summary of the House Democrats' stimulus focused on legislation to codify the decision to delay sales from the SPR, saying that the price of crude oil had fallen to the lowest level in nearly 20 years. So selling oil from the SPR right now would result in a significant loss of value to the taxpayer. Republicans pushed for the $3 billion purchase measure in an effort to shore up domestic oil and gas companies and their workers at the time. If you believe in the purpose of the SPR, now is the perfect time to make sure it's full, was the quote from then Energy Secretary back in March of 2020. The low prices. The purpose of this is to mitigate these types of disruptions. We expect Congress is going to be supportive of this. The DOE proposal is open to small and mid-sized U.S. producers, those with fewer than 5,000 employees. But again, the Hill right there pretty much comes up. 77 million barrels is what was available to put into the reserve at the time. We are now at the lowest levels since the Strategic Petroleum Reserve was being built back in the 1980s. So, see what's going on with Running Bear, I believe it is.
Hey, Steve, how you doing this morning?
Hey, doing all right. How you been?
I've been all right here in beautiful Jackson County, Ohio. Hey, I just want to thank you for giving Sundance the platform to educate us all as Republicans there. He really does a good job to push his liberal agenda. So, are you there, Steve?
Yeah, I'm sure he appreciates that. He's a big pat on the back right now.
Well, I'm not giving him a pat on the back, but I'm just glad that it's just so entertaining to hear his spiel that he likes doing. It's entertaining. I listen to a lot of right-wing radio, and they don't really like to argue with the other people that don't agree with them. I kind of wish you would have like a debate going with other us Republicans on that, but it would be just an argue fest, and I understand you don't want to do that and this and that and the other, but I'm not a Sundance fan, but I do like hearing his craziness a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I prefer not to get my blood pressure up, you know.
Well, you got to keep some mud for your turtle there, so you gotta get that blood flowing some way.
Yeah,
if it don't, it'll get stagnant.
There you go.
Hey, can I talk about your dad a little bit?
What's on your mind?
Well, buddy, I was raised on Truckin' Bozo. You know, I was like everybody with a transistor radio underneath my pillow, listening to Marty and Joe, and then when 1 o'clock come through after the West Coast games was over with, I listened to the Truckin' Bozo. Do you have somewhere in the archives of when that lady called in and was being robbed? Do you remember that?
I remember that, yeah, back in I guess that was sometime in the late 80s maybe, or early 90s. That was down in Georgia. I can't remember the name of that store, but yeah, I don't think any of that stuff. I don't know where any of his stuff is archived at all.
I didn't know if the big one maybe had it somewhere in their archives or anything, but I know we don't want to talk about the big one, but you know, hey, is your dad in the Ohio Broadcast Hall of Fame?
Not that I'm aware of. No, I mean I remember way back when, you know, when Bill Mack was still around, he was trying to petition to get him in like the Country Music DJ Hall of Fame, and I don't think they ever got it done before he passed.
Oh. Yeah, I think he needs to be in something, and you two, you need to be in there too. I mean, you're filling a lot of big shoes, and I miss listening to them. But okay, I'll let you go. I'm sure there's somebody else going to call, but I hope you're doing all right.
Doing well.
Everything will be all right
after the election in November. You think? Nah, it's just a vicious cycle. We go round and round and around it goes, right? Where it stops, nobody knows. Hello, Pappy.
Steve, I think you buried the lead there in what you read. The Democrats didn't want to fill the reserve. They were saying that Trump is trying to enrich the oil industry.
Right.
Don't do anything for the good of the country if it might make Trump look good. I wish Sundance, I hope he's listening right now. Because, Steve, I'm not a Republican, not a Democrat. I kind of vote for whatever issue maybe crosses my mind. I lean conservatives, you can say. But I don't know how many times I've said this on your show. I don't understand how he can side with the Democrats when none of us, I don't think, that probably listen to your show are siding with the Democrats or Republicans. They're all a bunch of idiots that are destroying this country. We need to get them all out. 90% of the swamp are nothing but egotistical morons, no ethics, no morals, will sell this country down the tubes to make a buck. Steve, listen, man, we're in trouble. Real quick, back to the inflation thing. Them numbers you ran off to him.
Right.
That's when the exact same point of time when Trump was in office and Biden was in office. I think it was 3.5 years into Trump's, and then it went 3.5 years into Biden.
Okay.
And when you go down that list and you look at them numbers, man, Trump, again, is not a politician. He's a businessman that knows how to run a business. He's made multi-million dollars, not billions, doing what he does. He wants to run this country different than it's been ran in the last several decades. And the swamp can't have it. They can't have him ruining their little big cookie that they got going on. Experts say that 2% inflation is good for the country. So when Sundance talks about inflation, how it, increases through the years, that's because it does. And it's not a necessarily bad thing until it gets out of control. Steve, you realize we pay $1 trillion of interest in a year on our national debt.
Mm-hmm.
Just on the interest, we are paying $1 trillion. It's like if you got a credit card, Steve, and you only make the interest payment, right? It doesn't go towards the principal. If you got a $1,000 credit card and you're $1,000 in debt, and you get that statement and says you must make a minimum payment of $68 a month, and you make that minimum payment of $68, that $1,000 isn't affected a bit, and we are paying $1 trillion a year, and it ain't going nowhere to help the debt. Steve, if our bond market crashes, we're in serious trouble. When the government, put it this way, when countries no longer want to buy United States bonds, because even the percentage rate that they offer, they're going to lose money, they're going to stop buying bonds. And when that happens, the stock market's going to crash. We're going to have a economic crash that in life that we haven't seen in our lifetime. It's real simple. Say if you buy $100,000 worth in stocks or in bonds, the United States says we'll give you a 5% interest on that. Even if they pay it back, and that's why people are getting worried and not buying bonds, is they're worried they might not get their money back. But even if they pay it back, that $105,000 is only worth $85,000 because of the decline of the dollar. Vic could probably explain this a whole lot better than I can. See, we got to go on to the border here, talking about these garbage people, these Democrat senators who failed to even take Mayorkas's article of impeachment up to a vote, Steve. They wouldn't even take it to a vote. This man and our president and these people in Congress are responsible for having this border wide open.
Correct.
I said this a month or so ago, Steve, maybe longer. It's too late. I think it is too late. There have been too many people come in. You got Venezuela literally emptying their prisons.
Yep.
Sending tens of thousands of hardened criminals into our country, walking our streets. Trump can get up there and give his little campaign speech about deporting all these people. Steve, it's not going to happen, man. I'm sorry, he's BSing us. Not going to happen. We're in trouble. If this border doesn't get shut down like 6 months ago, a year ago, I don't know if we can overcome this, man. It's that bad. People I guess it's just not clicking in their head yet. I mean, you see it on the news. And then we got all these anti-Israel demonstrations going on in this country.
Death to America, death to Israel being chanted on our streets.
Steve, I'd never thought that I would live the day when we see what's going on. You know, Iran wakes up in their country every morning, death to America. Yes, dear, good morning, death to America. But now it's happening right in our front and backyards. They're here. And you got to take what they say as meaning. They mean what they say. I guess there's a demonstration going on right now at Columbia University. They're worried it might get a little out of hand. They shut down bridges a few days ago. Steve, I'm telling you, they should enact a law. Anybody that shuts down a federal highway, make it a felony, slap them in jail, slap them in prison for mandatory 3-year sentence. You want to get out there and block the highways on a federal highway.
Yep.
Your butt can go to prison for 3 years. That's not, Steve, that is not protesting, right? Bongino mentioned it. You stand on the sidewalk all day long. Most of your listeners here will probably die for their right to protest on that sidewalk, even though we might not agree with what they are protesting against.
Correct.
But they have the right to do it. That's what our country's about. But you go shutting roadways down, highways, where emergency vehicles can't get through, people can die. If your dad or mother or son or daughter or granddaughter is having a medical emergency and that ambulance can't get through because you got these numbnuts blocking the highway, fed up with it, Steve. America's getting fed up with it. Democrats, Republicans alike, screw them all. Got to get them out and get people in here that want to put America first. It's our only hope. I'm done ranting. I appreciate you taking the call, Steve. Probably talk at you tomorrow night.
Very good. All right. Hey, which will be, we'll be moving into Casual Friday, won't we? I did a little further digging in. Prices at the pump, which that's another thing we're all noticing. And predictions have headed back to $4 per gallon national average. Who knows? Yeah, all possibilities. But Forbes magazine, this is probably about the middle of last year, mid-2023, which specifies gas prices did rise during each of President Trump's first 2 years in office, reversing a trend that ended Obama's second term. By the third year, prices fell. Then prices were down sharply in Trump's fourth year as a result of the COVID pandemic and the impact on oil sales, oil prices. Prices for gasoline in 2020 were the second lowest level since all the way back in 2004. But hang on, we'll give you more numbers going back for the last 4 presidents. Coming up.
USA News Update. More details are emerging about the 7 individuals chosen for the jury in Donald Trump's New York trial. The foreman hails from Harlem and works as a salesman. The jury also comprises an oncology nurse, an IT consultant, a software engineer, a charter school teacher, and 2 lawyers. Jury selection will resume Thursday. The leading Democrat and Republican on the House Oversight Committee are at odds over the potential impeachment of President Biden. Maryland's Jamie Raskin and Kentucky's James Comer got into a heated exchange during a hearing on China Wednesday morning. Raskin challenged Comer to justify the ongoing impeachment inquiry into the president. A veteran NPR editor, Yuri Berliner, has resigned after bringing attention to alleged widespread liberal bias within the organization. Berliner had been suspended for implying a decline in open-mindedness and trust in NPR's reporting. John Schaefer, USA News.
I've got a unique vacation idea for you that's right here in the United States. If you're ready for a vacation that's fun and downright affordable, listen up. It's driving distance for many of you, so no planes, no airline delays, no hassles. It's Branson, Missouri, the entertainment capital of the Midwest. Live music for everyone. Branson has 3 beautiful, enormous lakes, water attractions, live shows, great food, and tons of entertainment. It's a perfect vacation for you and your family, or if you're retired and you want to have a great time. And you can stay in Branson for as low as $99 a night. Please understand, this is not a timeshare offer. It's a real vacation for as little as $99 a night. We've got a free vacation guide we want to send you right now. All you have to do is call for complete details. Get your free Branson, Missouri guide right now by calling this number.
800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. That's 800-399-4215.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, we'll get back to your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388. So when Joe Biden came into office, picking up where we left off on gas prices, gasoline prices had been rising for several months as the world began to recover from COVID-19. But demand outstripped supply. Oil prices continued to soar. Then Russia invaded Ukraine. That helped propel the average annual gas price that year to $4.06 per gallon, the highest annual average ever recorded. Now, this was 2023. At the time, they said, obviously, 23 is not complete. But so far this year, the average annual price was running at $3.47 per gallon. That's a 14.5% decline from 2022, But there was still a lot of year left. Well, we know this week the national average is currently at $3.62 per gallon. The numbers are going up again. Now, going back in time again, to date, the average gasoline price during Joe Biden's term, with about a year and a half still to go at the time, was $3.60 a gallon. That is on pace to be the highest average under any president. Now, we break down how prices stack up per gallon from the lowest to highest average over the last 4 presidential terms. Joe Biden currently tops the list. It's a partial term because this is where it was averaging $3.60 per gallon. That's pretty much right where we're still at right now. Under President Barack Obama, his first term, the 4 years, these are the average gas prices over the 4-year term, was $3.12 per gallon. Barack Obama's second term, the average was $2.95 per gallon. George W. Bush's second term is number 4 on the list at $2.77 per gallon. Donald Trump, over the 4 years, average of $2.57 per gallon. And going back to George W.'s first term in office, over those 4 years, it averaged out to $1.59 per gallon. Now, Forbes said, so you can see how someone could argue Republicans are better for gasoline prices. Yeah, Bush and Trump, the only presidents that oversaw average gas prices below $3 a gallon for 4 consecutive years of a term. Now, it does say Obama's second term was $2.95, so that's under $3. The truth is a bit more nuanced, they say, because the technologies that we have seen with the fracking boom that have come to fruition, that is partly responsible for much of the ups and downs in the prices over the years. But, of course, Saudi Arabia and OPEC, the COVID pandemic, and subsequent recovery all had a huge impact. And a lot of those are outside of a president's control. He says, in my next article, I will discuss the evolution of oil production during each president's term. To date, Obama presided over the largest expansion of oil and gas production in U.S. history. But again, just like gas prices, context is very important. What we saw was, and I know what that would be discussing, the fracking boom, where it all came underway by accident. They were trying to change this technology to recover natural gas and came to the realization all of a sudden, hey, we can get a whole lot more crude out of the ground than we ever thought. So even today, under Joe Biden, where we are producing the highest levels of crude production that we've ever seen, with a whole lot less oil rigs in operation right now, we could be producing exponentially greater amounts with this technology. So one could argue OPEC, Saudi Arabia, Russia, they've been trying to counter anything we do to reduce prices by cutting their production amounts. Yeah, I think if you go back under Trump's administration, there was a time where Saudi Arabia and OPEC pretty much had totally lost their influence whatsoever. Anything they could do, they could cut production, increase. They had lost the ability on a global scale to impact the prices. That has also changed now. And I guess you want to look at the geopolitical concerns that are all putting so much upward pressure on the price per barrel of oil. Would all these things be occurring? It's speculative, but as many have pointed out, do you think Vladimir Putin would have invaded Ukraine had Trump got a second term? We don't know. I think many of us would speculate, I don't think he would have. But we don't know for certain. We know he did under Biden. The occurrence there with Israel, would Hamas have made the move to kill 1,000 people in Israel were Joe Biden not in office? We don't know. They very well may have. A lot of things that are happening geopolitically. We know under Trump there was a lot less tension. China, Russia, North Korea, look how that's diabolically changed. I mean, you had Trump actually nearly had Kim Jong-un coming to the table. There was some sticking points about reducing or eliminating their nuclear program, but I mean, Donald Trump actually set foot, shook hands. It was a different world geopolitically. And all we know right now is, I guess more recently, would Iran have launched an attack on Israel like they did the other day? Yeah. If Donald Trump had suggested to them, if you're thinking about doing it, don't. Obviously, that's what Joe Biden said. And they did it anyway. And what are the ramifications? A lot of speculation, but it's a big picture to try to roll it all into, right? Let's see. Eagle's back on board. Go ahead, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, let me get the telephone. I dropped the damn thing on the floor. Okay, yeah, Steve. Yeah, the inflation, like you were saying, everything is sky high. And the only reason, Steve, people like Sundance don't seem to realize, the only reason the gas prices are even where they are right now, Steve, is because Biden is using the oil reserves, which you've gone over, to keep the price down, to make it look like things are not out of control. But if Biden stops using the oil reserve, you're going to see that price go sky high.
Well, I mean, he did. He sucked out we sucked up. I think we pulled out 180 million barrels, and I think that was in 2022. And I can't remember when that stopped. We haven't pulled anything more out of it in a number of months now, but we haven't put any back at the same time. And I don't know when we're ever going to be able to afford to replenish the damn thing now.
Hello?
Yeah, we still got you there.
Okay, yeah, I heard you talking. Okay, yeah, like I say, and that's going to come back and bite us, Steve, especially if Biden gets another term in the White House, this oil reserve. You never know when we're going to need this oil. I want to talk about Iran again tonight, Steve. This guy here issued another threat, the leader of Iran, he basically saying what I said the other night, except it's the opposite way. Iran says that if Israel makes a move and retaliates for what they did the other day, that they basically will wipe Israel off the map. And that's the ultimate goal anyway. You can, like I say, all this is written in the Bible, Steve. Iran, better known as Persia, is in the Bible, where the final events of the world is going to take place anyway. So all this is already written. There's never going to be peace. See, here's what people don't realize, Steve. There's never going to be peace between Israel and Persia, better known as Iran. It's written right there in black and white for anybody who's smart enough to open up a Bible. These people are going to be fighting until the end of time, and whenever that might be. So there's no compromise between these people. Israel or Iran. So it's best for the United States not to get involved as far as I'm concerned, unless Israel, we can send money, we can send military material, but we don't have no business putting ground troops on the ground nowhere in Israel. Like I said, Biden, you don't know what this guy is going to do from day to day. It's a lost cause. Like I said, Steve, like I told you a couple of nights ago, before I get to the situation in Dubai. Biden has had this deal going on, Steve, what Trump said. And, like you see, a lot of people say he sounds cocky and arrogant when he said that these things wouldn't be occurring if he was in the White, and he's right about that. I can just about 100% guarantee that man from Iran would not be threatening to wipe Israel off the map if Trump was in the White, because he knows that Trump wouldn't put up with that. They're not scared of Joe Biden, Steve. They see Joe Biden as a joke, a feeble old man, and he's not scared of Joe Biden whatsoever. I promise you that. And by the way, U.S. is we are the most powerful country in the world, but not with Joe Biden sitting in the driver's seat. Now, here's how it goes with Dubai, Steve. I don't know if you've seen the latest video out of Dubai, which is basically in the desert, and the whole damn city is flooded out. You got cars floating down the street. You got airplanes that can't even land at the airport because the whole city is basically underwater. And I don't know if it's true or not. I'm just going by what I've seen on these videos on my phone, TikTok and Facebook and others. They said that they had been having a shortage of rain in Dubai, and they said that they flew planes in the air with some kind of special chemical to make it rain. Now, this is not 100% guaranteed what these people say.
Right.
This is just, people talking. It might be true, might not be true. But they say that these people have had enough rain in the last day or two, a whole year's worth of rain in one damn day. And now the whole city is flooded out. People, like I said, cars floating down the damn street, and airplanes. It's a total disaster in Dubai. And that's real strange, for the desert to have that much rain. So
yeah.
Hopefully that's not true. Hopefully they didn't do that, but that's the rumor that's out there. Maybe you can check up on that and see what you can find out about why the hell is raining so much in
There's
Dubai.
actually videos that are the videos floating around where indeed Dubai has been working on that, the cloud seeding stuff, trying to create their own rain, but supposedly this particular flooding event didn't have anything to do with using that technology in recent days. Just a kind of a freak storm that hit them, they're saying.
Yeah. I don't really know. Like I say, I'm just seeing the video, seeing all the flooding, and thinking it's a sad situation that a lot of people don't lost vehicles, a lot of cars are gonna have to be trashed out. So a lot of money is gonna be lost, Steve. But yeah, let me say one last thing, right quick, Steve, about the gas prices, right quick, because if things do get out of control in Iran and Israel, it's definitely gonna hurt the fuel prices in America, because that's a lot of fuel comes out of those two places, and it's gonna put the bite on America. And I'm seeing it more and more, Steve. A lot of trucking companies are gonna go out of business. This fuel prices are killing trucking companies, especially the ones out of California. If you look at the internet, guy that's on the internet, trucking, whatever, the Oriental guy, he does a lot of stories about truck driving, and a lot of California trucking companies are going out of business because, California always does have the highest diesel fuel. But if prices get sky high, $7-8 a gallon for diesel, you're going to see a lot of trucking companies disappear, because, even at my company, I'm with a pretty large company, and they've even cut back on my company. Usually takes 200 gallons to fill up my truck. And lately they've been having me go to the truck stop and only put 100 gallons in the truck, or 75 gallons, and then go to another truck stop and get another 100 instead of buying the whole 200 at one truck stop. So it's even starting to affect the big trucking companies now, where people are limited how much fuel you get. So hopefully it doesn't happen, because there's going to be a lot of truck drivers lose their job in the next couple of years or months if this fuel gets out of control. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Thank you much, Eagle. Yeah, we'll give you more on the cloud seeding, which you're seeing a lot of that on social media right now. The UAE has been experimenting with trying to create their own rainfall due to the heat and the dryness. I mean, what do you expect when you live in the middle of a desert? But they're saying none of that was being used in the run-up to this unbelievable flooding event that occurred here in recent days.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now, when you talk about a place that, rarely sees any significant rainfall, we could look at Las Vegas, right here in the USA. They don't have the underground sewer systems and drain systems like most of us have. They don't have that in the UAE. They build like channels and canals to where all the runoff is supposed to naturally flow. And sometimes, like we saw earlier this year, we've already seen what turns out to almost be like raging rivers. Same thing that happens out in the middle of the open desert. The arroyos, normally dry washes. You get a heavy rainfall and they suddenly turn into raging rivers. But the question mark about the National Center of Meteorology, a government task force that is responsible for cloud seeding missions in the United Arab Emirates, said they did not carry out any of the modification techniques in the run-up to the heavy rain that caused flooding in places like Dubai earlier this week. I said they did not dispatch pilots for seeding operations before or during the storm that struck the UAE on Tuesday. One of the basic principles of cloud seeding, they said, is you have to target clouds in the early stage before it rains. If you have a severe thunderstorm situation, it's too late to conduct any seeding operations. But on Tuesday, the country experienced an extraordinarily heavy downpour with more than 10 inches of rainfall. Everything they do is in like millimeters. 250 millimeters of rainfall in the Emirate of Al Ain. More than 100 millimeters. So that's like over 4 inches of rainfall in places like Dubai. The annual average rainfall in the UAE is somewhere between, say, 4 and 8 inches, 140 to 200 millimeters. Now, they're following up on a report from Bloomberg and where a meteorologist had said Tuesday's rains had stemmed partly from their cloud seeding. Ahmed Habib is a meteorologist there who told CNBC that 6 pilots had flown missions as part of regular protocol but had not seeded any clouds. CNBC could not independently verify the reports. But yes, cloud seeding is a process to enhance rainfall. It's been a critical part of the UAE's mission to solve water shortages. They started doing this stuff all the way back in the 1990s. And more than 1,000 hours of cloud seeding are performed annually there. It's a common thing. Now, the NCM said they had tracked the incoming heavy rain but did not target any clouds during that period. They said this was natural rainfall. Yeah, we take the safety of our people, the pilots, the aircraft seriously. We do not conduct cloud seeding operations during extreme weather events. Yeah, the Gulf state has seen a rise in rainfall in the last few years. Of course, it's climate change. How do you stop the rains in the places like the United Arab Emirates? I mean, there's forecast models that rainfall, precipitation may increase by 30% by the year 2080. Okay. Now, the UAE's infrastructure and the buildings there, I mean, everything's designed for what the typical weather would be. They use millimeters, though, not just infinitesimal amounts. They're not used to seeing anything like inches of rainfall in a short period of time. So the drainage systems obviously could not keep up with the unprecedented downpours. So there was a lot of flooding along roads, flooding at the Dubai airport. So there you go. As they say, the rest of the story. We'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. And I'll see if I can pull up the rest of the story. Yeah, of course, race fans are all familiar with the Earnhardts. Yeah, a huge honor that Dale Earnhardt's grandson, that's Earnhardt Sr.'s Jeffrey Earnhardt made, I guess it's a pretty big NASCAR announcement here in recent days. Of all the Earnhardts historically, you had Ralph Earnhardt, then Dale Sr., then Dale Jr., and many very successful Earnhardts in the racing world. Jeffrey is one that has really struggled. Has never been able to make that big name, and still maybe hoping one day to get a full-time ride. And we'll tell you what he had to say, though, coming up here in, well, look at that. It'll be our final hour coming up. And Scarecrow's on board. Got you coming up out of the news break. Room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. I'm Tim Berg. The Senate voted to deem both articles of impeachment against Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas as unconstitutional, cutting the trial short without any votes to convict or acquit. This as Senate Republicans, including Senator Eric Schmidt from Missouri, are crying foul over the Democratic leader's antics.
To dismiss or table articles of impeachment against Secretary Mayorkas without a trial here today or in committee is an unprecedented move by Senator Schumer. Never before in the history of our republic has the Senate dismissed or tabled articles of impeachment when the impeached individual was alive and had not resigned.
Boeing is facing allegations of concealing significant safety issues, as testified by their quality engineer and whistleblower, Sam Sapor, in a Senate hearing on Wednesday.
I literally saw people jumping on the pieces of the airplane to get them to align. I call it the Tarzan effect, among other improper methods.
He adds that Boeing's 787 Dreamliner is unsafe to fly due to assembly flaws. We're learning more about the 7 people selected so far in the jury in Donald Trump's New York trial. The jury foreman is a Harlem salesman originally from Ireland. Other jurors include an oncology nurse, an IT consultant, a software engineer, a charter school teacher, and the other 2 are lawyers. Court is in recess Wednesday, and the jury selection process resumes Thursday. The popular weight loss drug Zepbound also appears to help with obstructive sleep apnea. That's according to drug maker Eli Lilly. Ford is recalling over 456,000 Bronco Sport and Maverick pickup trucks due to a powertrain problem. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The House GOP Committee on Education and the Workforce is holding another hearing on Wednesday regarding allegations of anti-Semitism in college. At the hearing, North Carolina Republican Congresswoman Virginia Foxx says anti-Semitism is a threat to civil rights.
We're headed down a dark path if we cannot agree on basic shared moral values, such as the implication of calls for genocide.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is calling on Congress to pass a supplemental spending package in order to support foreign allies like Israel and Ukraine. He appeared before a House Appropriations Subcommittee to discuss his request for the Department of Defense's fiscal 2025 budget.
The most important thing that we can do right now is to pass a supplemental, and that will provide us the opportunity to continue to provide security assistance to Israel.
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass has a fairly straightforward message when it comes to the city's homelessness crisis. She's asking wealthy people to help house the homeless. In Bass's State of the City address, the mayor announcing the LA for LA initiative, which will lean on the city's wealthy to house over 40,000 homeless people. Bass had a previous program deemed Inside Safe that placed 2,000 people indoors, and the mayor said that the homeless program is still evolving. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road-tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigregmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Alrighty, here comes the final hour. One more time around on a Thursday. And start looking toward Casual Friday. But yeah, the name Jeffrey Earnhardt, not recognized nearly as Ralph, Dale Sr., Dale Jr., or even who was the female driver? Can't even remember her name. But the announcement was Jeffrey will make his return to the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series at Charlotte Motor Speedway on May 24. They made the announcement via social media, said he's teamed up with the non-profit sponsor Forgotten Coast Canine for the event. So he'll be attempting to make his first start in that series since Talladega back in 2011. Now, should Earnhardt qualify, it would be his 11th career start in the Truck Series. His career best result came at Daytona International Speedway in 2011 when he finished 7th in the series opener there. But he tweeted, really excited to announce I'll be racing Charlotte Motor Speedway on Memorial Day weekend with MBM Motorsports in their Toyota in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Big thanks to everyone at Forgotten Coast Canine for making it possible. Now that after its reintroduction to the NASCAR Cup Series over the past few weeks, that would be MBM, which saw Timmy Hill and Carl Long drive the team's number 66 in the Cup Series. MBM is thrilled to have to be fielding Jeffrey Earnhardt in the North Carolina Education Lottery 200 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Returning to the Craftsman Truck Series, first time since 2011. All right, the truck number, the paint scheme, that's all yet to be unveiled, they say. The North Carolina Education Lottery 200, Charlotte Motor Speedway, that's Friday, May the 24th. That'll be under the lights, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Fox Sports 1, MRN, and Sirius XM NASCAR Radio. Okay. Hello, Scarecrow.
Isn't he Junior's half-brother, or is he maybe full brother?
That I'm not sure. I don't know.
There?
Yeah.
I don't think they're too far apart age-wise. I do remember, back, years back when he was trying and he just didn't catch the breaks that, Junior did and such. But I'm thinking he's might be like his half-brother. But, well, regardless. No, you're talking about Dubai there in the rain. The first thing I started wondering about was the airport, but then you brought that up there. I'm just curious if that would have shut that down then too, or I'd like to dig up some photos there. It was only a couple weeks back that I learned that Dubai is the second largest, busiest airport in the world, right behind Istanbul, and just ahead of Incheon, South Korea there. But coincidentally, I'd read, it was within the last week or two, I'm thinking it was maybe Iowa, and you can probably correct me, maybe you even covered that story, that they passed legislation, and it may have actually been a tongue-in-cheek move, but restricting the practice of seeding clouds, such. There's apparently been lots of accusations, about cloud seeding taking place, and the article had said, well, the only proof the accusers have is the fact that contrails look different today. So I'm thinking it was maybe Iowa that just said, okay, we'll bite. But so anyway, moving on here. I didn't catch Sundance's call tonight, this morning, or however you want to look at it, Steve. But I've often thought in the past, does he hang the phone up, smack himself on the knee, and I got under Steve's right again tonight.
Yep.
That was a successful call. Oh man, maybe he sets the hook again and said, "Yep, it was a successful call there." Oh, we've been hearing forever about the southern invasion there, Steve. But there's something else. This is a couple 3 weeks back. I read about this too. There's actually the northern invasion that gets very little airplay. And this is up through the New England states. I don't know if it's Maine or Vermont or such, but it sounds like there's been a steady trail of illegals, coming in from Canada also. And I suppose they're landing there. I don't know how far they're going, if they're settling into the New York, zone also, or what's going on there. But, the talks have been about these squatters and all that are, taking over all these properties. I believe that was New York that I was reading about just a couple of days back, that there's actually homeowners that are being charged fees and fines by the local communities and such for, the properties are being let go, they're being damaged and destroyed. One had actually burnt down, and I think it was the homeowner that was charged, fine for, or until it got cleaned up. That the homeowners are being, set with the expenses of, maintaining these properties. They're, and my thoughts are, what the heck kind of a common council or city fathers, or why has this not been taken care of? And these policies reversed by now. We've been hearing about this.
Yep.
Well, I think it was COVID that kind of drove this, but certainly the entire country can see there needs to be, a reversal, here, doesn't there? Oh man, we know common sense is a rarity in many cases. Certainly it is, in this one.
Yeah,
where else
we
was I going?
do know that 70+% of the nation views the open border or immigration as the or one of the top issues, or between that and the economy, the top issues. But regardless of that, if 70%, how many of those people are actually going to vote and continue to vote for the current leadership in this country come election day? It boggles the mind.
Well, look at the masses that inhabit the House and the Senate. We can sit back and point to the problems, the trouble makers, so to speak, and they're the ones that keep getting voted back in. They're again the blind are pulling the ballot lever and Well, then that falls back on name recognition again, and that's where that goes. The lifelong politician, the limits. That's what we need. So, Steve, you had to go ahead and mention milk and Oreos earlier.
Sorry.
Thanks a lot. That was a bad timing here, Steve. We are fast approaching by the hours our 5-year cycle of preparing for the kaleidoscope up the keister. And such, my diet is now, for the rest of the trip here and the rest of the day, limited to some pretty damn bland liquid stuff here. And then what follows that in preparation for the great adventure. So either way, this is my casual portion of the week, and you're going to have to count on someone else to truly represent Friday in a casual fashion. Now I have covered. Let's see. I've covered for Captain Ron in the past. I don't remember if he works Thursday into Friday or not, and then there's always Horse Feathers special brand of casualness. So either way, when you don't get the call from me tomorrow night, you'll know what's going on. We can maybe clue you in Technicolor next week.
Okay, we've been forewarned. And yeah, Captain Ron's normally with us on Friday morning because he's typically one of the first, one day closer to the greatest day of the week on Friday morning.
Yeah, there we go. Well, I'll put the touch on him. Steve, that's all I've really got going here for you. So you wrap the week up fine in a proper fashion there. We'll be prepared for next week there.
All right. Have a great morning, and whatever it is, enjoy your weekend there. Let me see here. It's 844-3388. According to the screen, it says Ralph. Is that correct? Morning, Ralph.
Good morning. Picking up on where Sunday is left off at. So, Obama gave Trump an economy. Trump put the economy in the ditch. So the reason why we have inflation is because Joe Biden had to pull the economy out of the ditch. Donald Trump took credit for an economy he did not put together. He inherited it. So if you go back and look, continuously keep telling you this, you look in about 6 months when he was the president, he said no other president in history has ever created a presidency economy such as this. That's not true. He took credit for an economy. So if you take a look at now Joe Biden's economy inside of the inflation, when he inherited the presidency, it was an all-time inflation of 23%. Now it's down to 3%. But you won't give Joe Biden credit, and we've had a long-sustaining job history than Donald Trump had. Now let's move on to Trump. Trump said the other day in Memphis, before he got off, that they had brought together all the gang leaders in Memphis to form a truce. That is true. But what he did not tell you was that he got together with all the gang members and they had a truce for a whole week without any violence or shooting in Memphis. He didn't tell you the whole thing. Now let's move on to Eagle. Eagle whined and dined about O.J. Simpson passing the other day. Okay? But why couldn't he whine and dine about all the other things that took place along the line? And then how do you feel as a Republican, the way women are being treated now with all these abortion laws and all this stuff? And then one more thing with Eagle. You know, you take a look at all this voter suppression and DEI and all this is going on. I mean, how do you feel as a Republican, Steve, about that?
I feel mighty damn fine about how I stand on things there, Ralph.
I know you do. So if your daughter gets pregnant and she has complications, thanks to your president, Donald J. Trump, who's now a criminal defendant with all these court cases, has messed up a bunch of women's lives, and you ought to be champion yourself. Have a good day.
Well, Minister, you're actually false in your accusations, and I've stated from the very get-go, the overturn of Roe versus Wade, that was the correct move. There should not be a federal mandate. The states will make their determinations. I did see a headline yesterday, something akin to, if it's true, Republicans in Arizona trying to block the overturn of that 1864 law, which is pretty much insane. Why they'd be blocking that, I don't know. The people in Arizona, though, the people will be the one that make the ultimate decision on whether or not women who reside in those respective states will be able to make those said choices. So we let him say his piece, a whole bunch of fictitious information. Good to hear from the minister.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
We've talked up polls on the Grand National Tour and across the Rust Belt. Now it's time to shine the spotlight on the upper Midwestern and Southeastern zones. And 2 Middle American companies have signed on the dotted line to etch their names onto these 2 circuits. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA's territory that encompasses Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, and a poll each in Illinois and North Dakota is known as Region 3. But this year, that moniker has expanded thanks to the sponsorship of Terramax, a microbial crop research group located in Eagan, Minnesota. Terramax makes azospirillum-based and rhizobia-based products that help plants' root system effectively pull nitrogen from the air and excess nutrients from the soil. The result is higher crop yields and stronger plant development. The NTPA thanks Terramax for its involvement in 2024. And so the Terramax Region 3 circuit will begin in Ellsworth, Wisconsin on Saturday, June 8th. Tone, Wisconsin's Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals will have 3 regional classes over the weekend of June 20th through the 22nd. Then in July, Watford City, North Dakota's Pro National will overtake the McKenzie County Fairgrounds on Friday and Saturday the 5th and 6th. And Lancaster, Wisconsin's Full Throttle Shootout will also be held on the 6th. Decorah and Eagle Grove, Iowa will put the Hawkeye State front and center on Thursday and Friday, June 11th and 12th at the Winneshiek and Wright County Fairs, respectively. On the 13th, it's River Falls, Wisconsin, and Smokin' Thunder by the Kinney. The 2-night tradition returns to the Anoka County Fair in Minnesota for the Coors Light Shootout on Thursday and Friday, July 25th and 26th. Newcomers Jordan, Minnesota and Humboldt, Iowa share both these dates, as Jordan happens on the 25th with a poll at the Scott County Fair, and the Humboldt County Fair poll occurs on the 26th. And Saturday the 27th also doubles up with a throwdown at Hoedown at the Houston Fest Grounds in Minnesota and the Dunn County Fair poll in Menominee, Wisconsin. The Terramax Region 3 circuit opens August with a visit for the 4.1 Pro Stock tractor class at the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell from the 1st to the 3rd. On Saturday the 10th, the Lions Club in Norwalk, Wisconsin hosts their regional national that is well into its 6th decade. 2 weeks later, the Waupaca County Fair Pole in Weyauwega, Wisconsin hosts the NTPA on August 24th. And September is for crowning champions, first at the Regional Nationals in Wisconsin on Sunday, September 1st, and last at Thursday's Truck Night at the DeKalb County Fair Pole in Sandwich, Illinois on the 5th. Now that's just in time for Region 4 to take the stage as the Robeson County 300 invades Lumberton, North Carolina on Friday and Saturday, September 6th and 7th. And the regular season finale takes place 6 weeks later at the NC State Fair Southern Showdown in Raleigh from Friday, October 18th through Sunday, October 20th. As it happens, the NTPA's Southeastern Territory also carries a sponsorship banner, namely that of Pro Polar Tires, makers of the 24.5 hole shot tire in 10, 12, and 14-ply ratings, as well as competition tires for tractor classes that use 18.4, 20.8, 24.5, and 30.5 widths. Pro Polar's production facilities are located near Firth, Nebraska, so welcome Pro Polar Tires to both the association and specifically to the Pro Polar Tire Region 4 circuit in Benson, Lumberton, and Raleigh. As we are rolling tape on this report, the Region 6 season is wrapping up, crowning champs and punching 4 tickets to the 37th Enderley Pull-Off in Urbana, Ohio in September. We'll note the winners and congratulate the first of our 2024 standard bearers next week. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, there's a lot of folks that were guessing there on the stream chat. Somebody said, that sounds like Sundance. Ralph is Sundance. No, Ralph is the minister. Vernon said, who was that caller? James says, minister would surrender his liberty first thing tomorrow if his hero Joe Biden said so. Kevin says, minister's a communist, a racist, big-time moron. People like the minister confuse their opinions with facts. Absolute idiocy. Gary said, it's hard to believe there are people out there that support Joe Biden. It is not surprising, Gary. It's astounding. It is mind-boggling. Those who just cannot grasp reality. That's pretty much what it comes down. They refuse to take the facts and digest them. They have a predetermined opinion. And nothing anyone can present factually will convince them otherwise. Cannot be done. So it's not even worth arguing, right? Yeah, I can try to present the facts. Commonsensical people out there digest it and say, he's right. That makes sense. Those on that side, there is no convincing them. All right, getting back real quickly to the Middle East, where Israel had given the green light, the War Cabinet had given the green light to strike back on Iran, and then they paused, and now we're just kind of like in a wait-and-see kind of mode. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the leader of the ultra-Orthodox Shah's party said that they're being cautious at this point in time. Dari said Israel's got enough on its plate with the war in Gaza, the hostage crisis, the hostilities in the north, a.k.a. Hezbollah. So the right thing right now is to focus on that and maybe not open more fronts, not to look for ways to escalate the situation. So it almost seems like maybe, at least for the moment, cooler heads are prevailing.
USA News Update. More details are emerging about the 7 individuals chosen for the jury in Donald Trump's New York trial. The foreman hails from Harlem and works as a salesman. The jury also comprises an oncology nurse, an IT consultant, a software engineer, a charter school teacher, and 2 lawyers. Jury selection will resume Thursday. The leading Democrat and Republican on the House Oversight Committee are at odds over the potential impeachment of President Biden. Maryland's Jamie Raskin and Kentucky's James Comer got into a heated exchange during a hearing on China Wednesday morning. Raskin challenged Comer to justify the ongoing impeachment inquiry into the president. A veteran NPR editor, Yuri Berliner, has resigned after bringing attention to alleged widespread liberal bias within the organization. Berliner had been suspended for implying a decline in open-mindedness and trust in NPR's reporting. John Schaefer, USA News.
I've got a unique vacation idea for you that's right here in the United States. If you're ready for a vacation that's fun and downright affordable, listen up. It's driving distance for many of you, so no planes, no airline delays, no hassles. It's Branson, Missouri, the entertainment capital of the Midwest. Live music for everyone. Branson has 3 beautiful, enormous lakes, water attractions, live shows, great food, and tons of entertainment. It's a perfect vacation for you and your family, or if you're retired and you want to have a great time. And you can stay in Branson for as low as $99 a night. Please understand, this is not a timeshare offer. It's a real vacation for as little as $99 a night. We've got a free vacation guide we want to send you right now. All you have to do is call for complete details. Get your free Branson, Missouri guide right now by calling this number.
800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. That's 800-399-4215.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, we'll pick up right there at 844-844-3388. From CDL Life this past day, a truck dispatcher scamming his company out of $100,000 by redirecting customer payments to his personal account, according to police. 36-year-old Gabriel Pluas worked as a dispatcher for Transmaco Transport from January of 22 to October of last year in Miami-Dade County, Florida. February of this year, an investigation was launched into his actions during his time as a dispatcher. According to Local 10, Pluis was accused of billing Transmarco Transport customers through Zelle, Z-E-L-L-E, using his personal email address without the company's consent. Over the years, he created multiple fake invoices belonging to Transmarco Transport and used these fake invoices to redirect customer payments to himself. Not only did he direct the funds to himself, he was never authorized to collect payment on behalf of the company as part of his job. Well, after investigating Zelle transactions, email records, and falsified invoices, investigators determined that Pluis had defrauded customers and the company and had systematically embezzled money for his own personal gain. As a result of his actions, he both temporarily and permanently deprived the victim of their property, according to the arrest report. He refused then to cooperate with investigators and was taken to jail. As of this past day, he's being held at the Turner Guilford Night Correctional Center. Bond has not yet been set, but now facing 1 count each of organized scheme to defraud $50,000 or more and first-degree grand theft. I guess it was all fun and games as the deposits were coming into his account, but 5-7 brought up a story last evening which I had not yet heard about and came across the rest of the story from the AP this past day in Britain. The government has a plan for a landmark smoking ban that aims to stop young people from ever smoking, that cleared its first hurdle in Parliament this week, despite vocal opposition from within the Prime Minister's Conservative Party. But this is interesting. The bill, a key policy announcement that was announced last year, would make it illegal to sell tobacco products to anyone born after January 1st of 2009. If passed, the bill would give Britain some of the toughest anti-smoking measures in the world. Authorities say it will create modern Britain's first smoke-free generation. If they think that could actually come to reality. Where there's a will, there's a way. Drugs are illegal. Alcohol for those under a certain age are illegal. Where there's a will, there's a way. But it gets better from here. Under the Tobacco and Vapes bill, children turning 15 years old this year or younger will never be legally sold tobacco. Underscore that, legally. Once implemented, officials then aim for 2027. The legal age of sale that people in England can buy cigarettes will be raised by 1 year every year until it's eventually illegal for the entire population. The bill also includes measures to crack down on youth vaping, like banning the sale of cheap disposable vapes and restricting their flavors to prevent children from becoming addicted to nicotine. It is currently illegal for anyone to sell cigarettes or tobacco products and vapes to people under the age of 18 throughout the UK. But during the bill's second reading late Tuesday, 383 lawmakers voted in favor, while 67 opposed it after an afternoon of debate. Widely praised by health experts and had the support of the opposition Labour Party, Sunak faced rebellion from more libertarian-minded members of his party. One criticized the proposal as unconservative. Now, opponents like the smokers' rights lobbyist group Forest said this risks creating, and it undoubtedly will, a black market. and will treat future generations of adults like kids. Prominent voices in the Conservative Party, including two of Sunak's predecessors, Boris Johnson and Liz Truss, says this goes against conservative values, limiting people's personal freedoms. This is a virtue-signaling piece of legislation about protecting adults from themselves in the future. Yeah, there were several other high-profile Tories opposed to the bill as well. Conservative lawmakers were granted a free vote, meaning they could vote with their personal conscience rather than follow the official party line. This is believed to have been inspired by similar policies proposed by New Zealand under the former Prime Minister, but the country's new coalition government repealed that bill earlier this year. Government said that smoking will not be criminalized, and the phased changes mean anyone who can legally buy cigarettes now will not be prevented from doing so in the future. The number of people who smoke in the UK has declined by 2/3 since the 1970s, much like here. But some 6.4 million people in the country, about 13%, very close to here, it's about 12% here, still smoke, according to the official figures. So the numbers are gradually coming down, but we'll see where that goes. Eagle, how about that call from Ralph? Wasn't it good to hear from Ralph?
Yeah, Ralph. Yeah, Ralph. It's been a long time since we heard from Ralph. Yeah, you know something, Steve? I thought that guy might have finally, I thought after 3 years of Biden, he might have finally, made a move and said, "Hey, I can't do this no more."
Nope.
But it's apparent that he has what Donald Trump calls it's TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, Steve. That's the disease that's going around America. These people, they blind, they can't see they just see the name Trump and they just go blind. They don't, nothing that the man does. So it's people like him will never change, Steve. And I'm pretty sure, like I told you months ago about him and Sundance, they'll be in, when they open up them polls on November, that him and Sundance, they'll be the first two people in line to vote for Joe Biden. So congratulations, my man. And if your man Biden is to get elected, Ralph, maybe you when you pull up to that gas station down there in Tupelo, Mississippi, where you live at, maybe you'll be shocked when you see that price at close to $10 a gallon, and then maybe you'll wish you had voted for Donald Trump. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Pretty straightforward there, right? Yeah, of course they'll be pulling in with their your electric vehicle, right? No two ways about it. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Back to the southern border briefly here. Yeah, last Thursday, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton and a group of 20 state attorneys general launching a new effort to try and stop this administration from continuing their parole program where they're allowing up to 30,000 illegal immigrants per month to enter the United States. Press release by America First Legal stated today, America First Legal, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, and a coalition of 20 state attorneys general taking new legal action to stop Biden from continuing. This is where he's flying these people in from all over the world. Hundreds of thousands of illegals from crime-plagued nations directly into cities across the United States. The motion claims Texas has been harmed by the Biden administration's parole program to allow 30,000 illegal immigrants each month from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela to enter the United States, and that the United States District Court for the Southern District of Texas should consider the joint lawsuit that was previously launched against the Biden administration. Folks, these numbers are on top of those that are waltzing across the border every day and being bussed to various cities. They're flying them in. For what reason? The CHNV program has failed in its objective of decreasing illegal crossings of aliens from this list of countries. As the program has continued, these crossings have ultimately increased to higher levels than they were before the program started. They explained that the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Texas erroneously dismissed the lawsuit back in February, claiming that the states didn't have the proper standing to sue the Biden administration. The court declared that the states had not sufficiently established how they had been negatively impacted by this parole program. The court's previous decision to dismiss the lawsuit was based on border encounter statistics from the first 5 months of the Biden administration's parole program. They went on to explain the last 5 months of published border encounter statistics show the total number of CHNV alien encounters is 449,000 plus, or a daily average of 2,959 a day. That's a 25% increase in the daily average rate. Now, the Biden administration justifies the program, claiming it would decrease the number of illegal crossings. By their own standard, then the program is a complete failure, obviously. So I guess the idea was we'll fly these people into the country so we won't have this media coverage, this press, showing the videos of thousands lined up along the southern border to cross on a daily basis. That was the intention. Obviously did not work that way. Now, when they announced last year that the illegal immigrant parole program would allow up to 30,000 people from the likes of Haiti, Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua to enter the U.S. every month, Paxton warned the president's unlawful amnesty program would invite hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants to the United States every year, making the immigration crisis even drastically worse. Of course, we all know this. The open borders agenda has created a humanitarian crisis. You're seeing the increased crime and violence in our streets, overwhelming local communities, how much worse the opioid crisis continues to get, and there is no end in sight. And we'll return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment EDT will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, quickly back at it here. 5-7 back on Ford.
Okay, on that subject of, we can appreciate our freedom because in England you don't have the personal freedom that we have here. So what are they going to ban next? If they get away with this, if the people don't elect or come against the elected officials and wake them up, then what next? Next they'll ban, those 14-year-olds won't be able to buy alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're born in that year, so they'll clean, because alcohol kills and makes just as many people as cigarettes do when you look it down the line. So it's just amazing how much freedom we have here. Don't understand. I had a cousin online, and she would attack me all the time on my Christian values. And if you go into her page, it was all full of antichrist, hateful things about Christians. And a few things are truthful, but we're fallible people. But she said, if I had my way, I'd live in Germany. I'd live overseas. Now she grew up on military bases, and I typed in because I know people. I know I had a friend that lived in Canada, and because of the healthcare system, his mom took him to England, and they had a better healthcare system. They actually put him up with housing, everything. He was on there and started criticizing the government, i.e. the king, or the queen at the time, and boom, he's gone. Later on found out that possibly could look up how many people have been charged for criticizing the government online. They don't have that kind of freedom. So, Minister Sundance, enjoy your freedom, buddy. If you get your way, you won't have that kind of freedom either, because that's what the Democrats are shooting for, a socialism system. And, yep, we're, what is it? I'll just say it. I think Moose said it. I'll give this credit to him. You can vote your freedom away. You can vote, you can vote out your freedom, but it'll take blood to get it back.
Yep.
I hope people open their eyes and get out and vote. Like I said, Donald Trump's not going to be able to do it himself. He needs both houses of Congress. And we'll leave it at that. Other than that, we're going to sit, hey, it's Friday night coming, buddy.
Ah, boy. Friday.
Wait
for that next notification. There you go. All right, a couple minutes left. It's quite the fad. I don't know. Any of our listeners out there have opted for this weight loss treatment that was they were designed to treat type 2 diabetes and fix the metabolic fault that puts patients on the path to deadly heart disease. But it didn't take long for researchers to notice an unusual side effect, and that was people losing a surprising amount of weight, and quickly. The blockbuster medications Ozempic, Mounjaro, and Zepbound today being rolled out to millions of people looking to drop weight to improve their health. But it appears they are causing other unexpected effects. Some patients have reported a dulling of emotion, even suicidal thoughts. Others reporting plummeting libido, diminished sensation during sex. Some have seen it cure addiction as well. People who consistently had a couple of drinks every evening found that they had zero desire to drink alcohol while taking the medication. Others found their desire to splurge on random items in the shops had also decreased. Now, experts speaking to the Daily Mail have revealed a fascinating new explanation for these wide-ranging, curious symptoms. They say it all has to do with the drug's impact on a masterful brain chemical that determines pretty much every human behavior. This means it is entirely feasible that injecting Ozempic could alter your entire personality. The brain chemical we're talking about is dopamine, responsible for a range of essential functions, feelings of reward and pleasure, motivation, movement. It's also involved in fueling our emotional and physical drive for food. Doctors explains why quelling hunger pangs also limits craving for other vices like alcohol, cigarettes, or drugs. This is because both addictive substances and food activate the same dopamine signals and reward learning regions of our brains. Craving for addictive drugs are also amplified by hunger. Researchers are trying to get animals to learn to self-administer cocaine. They often will keep them hungry for a little while as this helps them to learn. Interesting side effects, but I don't know. One of those things where you, like so many other things, you're taking a bit of a risk because this is a learning in progress. I think we've got a lot of guinea pigs out there, but hey, we'll close it out here on a Thursday. Come back for our Casual Friday at the midnight hour Eastern tonight.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.